Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Bithead. I appreciate it, dude. Right. Good morning. How's everyone doing today? Fantastic, maybe. We'll see. PPI came in a little bit high. I go over it in the daily if you guys want to know more, but uh we'll see what effect that has, obviously. Spy's still up in the pre-market. Over close yesterday. Point like 11 points. It could it could recover. And core is what 7.2 down from 7.3. So core inflation's or core PPI, producer inflation, is lower. Uh but with food and energy tacked on a little higher. So it really depends on what they lean on more heavily, which I think is core. We are getting a little bump at market open here. A little bit of a volatility spike. Rev is up a nickel. Interesting. Yeah, pre-market volume on GME was pretty high today. Uh, it looked like they were having a bit of trouble getting liquidity, but I don't know how to explain this in a way that makes sense. So FTDs due Monday. We're due Tuesday, right? This is just how FTDs work. But Reg Show starting Tuesday may have been deferred one day to today. So not the FTDs. The FTDs are just due the following day at market open when there's a holiday, right? And the only reason this came up is because there was some really weird after hours volume uh, across the basket. So this is possible. I can't find any documentation on it. Um, but it is something to consider that like maybe XRT doesn't start reg show till this morning. I don't know if it makes much of a difference either way, but it would be nice to pin it down. This is Upstart. Upstart's getting wrecked a little bit with the market falling. It could be super stock buying because of the RC tweet. I mean, that's good too, I suppose, right? Almost identical 150K volume candle happened again at 9 o'clock this morning, too. I mean, this could be delta neutral positioning also. Like the buy and sell order are the same. Usually, most of the overnight stuff is like creation, redemption, and market maker hedging. Oh, today's Greeks are up? Oh, cool. Wait, are they up on the... Okay, so they're just... Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. Do, 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 do. All GME CCs closed. Probably not a bad idea. Remember, if people are going to buy a bunch of calls, it's going to put a little bit of pressure on that hedge flip, which is now closer at 2650. So, SPY resistance 35.5. I should really be on SPX right now, but yeah, 35.5. Let me look at SPX gamma levels for this morning. All right, so yeah, 3550 and 3600 are the 3650 puts sold off pretty hard yesterday. That's interesting. Really hard yesterday. And a big bullish shift on the 3600 strike. Yeah, so 3650 and 3600 quite bullish going into today. What's our lower range then? So our lower is still like 3575, 3550. Oh, we're starting to see some capitulation. I like that. Is there a 2650 call? Ooh, there is. I'll buy some of these. Wait, not for October 21st. Gross. Okay, Upstart turned around pretty hard. Cat coming back up. Hmm. Did you just buy a 2 DTE call? Yeah, it did. Celsius at the bottom, buyback on the rise. Ugh, Ryan Cohen's not going to tweet every night, right? Fortunately, yesterday I only sold like 12 covered calls. I was about to full port into them, but I figured I'd wait out the rest of the week. I only lost 5 cents a contract. It's not a big deal. Looks like maybe I should have closed the put leg of the straddle. I mean, you should have stops. Yeah. That's usually a really good idea. Nothing like making 15% gains in 20 seconds. It's usually nice. I did full port, but for 32.50 and 33s. Yeah, I mean, your chance of assignment's pretty low, unless there's like a big hedge flip. Did you sell 12 covered calls to justify ordering food? No, I just didn't want to open my brokerages with GME in it. So I just sold like the shares I have on WeBull. Fubo doing nice. Yeah, it was doing pretty well this morning. It's doing all right. I still haven't had coffee, by the way, because I turned my espresso machine on this morning, but I guess the boiler was almost empty, and so it shuts itself off if it doesn't have enough water in it. It's the most annoying shit ever, but they won't let me plumb it, so I just have to deal with it. PBI CPI are likely to bring the market down, even if better than expected. I mean, if CPI improves, I don't think so. An improvement in CPI is going to be viewed as very bullish right now. If CPI is flat or down from last month, it would indicate that last month was like a local high. And, they don't focus on the single data point, right? They focus on the trend. And if CPI has a lower high, that's going to be pretty bullish. It almost doesn't matter if it's bullish or not, right? Puts are too expensive and no one's buying them. So even if they want to be bearish, VIX is too high for it, right? So, at worst, like we get some volatility out of it and then just start moving back up again. Don't forget FOMC minutes at 2 o'clock today. Potato Tom, I'm up like 90% on those GME 26s I got weeklies. I didn't have much settled cash though, I only have a few. Oh, you're not talking to me. PPI, so PPI is bearish because vegetables are sky high. But core PPI remained relatively unchanged. It won't let you plummet. Remember, it's always better to ask for forgiveness than permission. Yeah, it's difficult though, because they'd have to, well, maybe not. Maybe they could just like tap it off of one of my other water lines. I don't know. Rev D listings tomorrow. I'm up 29% on my GME 1118 calls. Do you feel like it's going to run for ETF FTDs or sell abs reposition? I'm up 29% on my GME 1118s. Sell and reposition. I mean, I wouldn't reposition them. um, I don't know. We're looking pretty good so far for this morning. If nothing else, the market will drive us up. I kind of had a brain fart when someone asked me this, but in terms of playing with expiration dates, what's the core difference with GME and Upstart other than the obvious? You probably want more time on Upstart because it could run at any point in time. It may not run on OPEX cycles. They'd have to make it to the OPEX cycle before obligations blow up, which they may not do, right? Can you please shout, I'm coming when you think it's the peak for GME? My boss is around today and I can't have the chart open. We're at the gamma flip point right now, so if they're gonna crush price, they'll probably do it soon, or the hedge is maybe gonna flip a little bit. If the hedge flips, we can run up to, well, we could run all the way up to gamma max. I would say call positioning looks like we're not running much higher than like 31. And I'd be surprised if we hit 30 before they buy just a mountain of puts. Just off the cold water pipe. Maybe. I could probably do that. I'll look into it. I have to get a kit for my machine because I didn't buy a machine that's like hardline capable. What the fuck are they doing outside? So yeah, I'll have to look into that. Are we having a breakthrough? We're moving up. Get an external filtered tank. Added a 4-liter one to mine. It has a hose. You pop over the faucet to fill it. Ooh. There's nothing I need more than more shit on my counter. That sounds like a great idea. Yeah, Cal looks good. What are you trying to accomplish? I just don't want my espresso machine to run out of water in the morning when I'm busy. And then me to find out right before I go to make my coffee that it's empty and I have to wait for it to heat up again. October 21st calls at $28 strike up 20%. Sell half before FOMC minutes and lock in and gamble the rest and hold till tomorrow. I just I just dumped my weeklies at the top. Like the second SPX got rejected, I just sold them. Safe to hold cat through CPI data tomorrow. I don't know. So far, so good. No, sub 1 minute ticks are just super volatile and worthless. I've seen some argument made for using like 30 for scalping using like the 30-second candles, but I fucking hate it. You get too many entry signals. It's not great. I'm so impatient. I should have waited on my CCs. Too bad I was so sick yesterday. Why are we running today? Because of tweet or PPI? Can someone explain it to a beginner? I mean, we have ETF FTDs through the 14th, so through the end of this week, which are all going to create a little bit of upside pressure, but not much. Mostly the market's moving up, and the market maker on GME is buying into upside price movement, selling into downside price movement. So if we get upside moves, we get big swings up, but we also get big swings down. If we break the gamma flip point and the hedge on the market maker flips, then the market maker starts selling into the rising price, buying into the dropping price. So down here, very volatile ups and downs, right? And above the flip, very consistent ups and downs. So once it starts like moving up, it generally doesn't pull back a lot except at key resistances where the market maker needs to sell. And then it's harder for the price to fall. So your drop-offs are minimized, right? But the 30-second makes you feel like a super cool trader at a trading desk. You can feel like a super cool trader at a trading desk if the markets are liquid on the 1 minute. It's just the markets are illiquid as fuck, and we should probably be watching all these stocks on the 5 minute. Yeah, I'll pass. Thanks for asking, though. Any clue why Nerve is up 27% over the last 5 trading days? Oh, it has a shitload of FTDs, but it also has no options. How do you know when the hedge is flipped? Is it based on OI? It's based on gamma exposure, but it's skew adjusted. They keep buying puts in order to prevent it from flipping. So really the gamma flip point should probably be around like $31. Or sorry, it should be lower, like 25. Sorry. And they're buying shitloads of puts out of in the money, which skews the flip point up. I have to think about it from the dealer side. And so when we approach it and the hedge is near flipping, they just buy a bunch more puts and move it just out of reach so that the market maker doesn't deleverage all over them. Having market makers deleverage all over your positioning is really bad, generally speaking. So yeah, as we approach that skew adjusted flip point, they start buying in the money puts and they start internalizing, right? Because the internalizers don't want volatility to spike, which would happen if we broke the flip point, right? And volatility shorts don't want the flip point to break because volatility would go up, right? So, you know, they basically short it. And then since the is still negatively skewed, when they short it, they get like a multiplier on their short, right? Does that make sense for video gamers? Gamers should get this. So they get a 2x multiplier on their short as long as we stay below this line. It's fun stuff. What do you got? Oh, shit. Aren't you just super handy with the parts list? Here's the problem. My espresso machine doesn't have a... Well, you know what? Maybe I'll just buy the conversion kit. I do like this. Thank you. You take a look at Sava, hitting my target of 3450. I mean, I can look at it. I don't know what you want. Do I think it'll keep dropping? Yes. Sava broke Gamma Max for OPEX. Like September OPEX. It's just gonna die now. Mostly. It's still really volatile, right? But because Sava's hedge is flipped, right? So the market maker on Sava is buying into the falling price, selling into the rising price. So much more stability to the downside, which means it takes a long time for IV to bleed out. That's why I was selling bear call spreads on it, instead of buying puts on it. Because with a bear call spread, you benefit from theta decay while also simultaneously benefiting from the price going down and minimizing risk. God, I love options. They're like better stocks. That multiplier expression makes sense because they're working with the market maker up till the flip point. Yeah. Guess who's back again? Bithead's back. Tell your friends. I know, I saw him this morning. He popped in to do a early bird special. Trying to sneak in memberships in the pre-market. How much can FOMC minutes push the market? Depending on which way they go, like, yeah, about 100 BPS. What website do you get your Greek info from? Thanks. We calculated ourselves. So, there is no website. For that. You could get, I mean, you can get some information like gamma stuff from websites. I don't know about the accuracy of it, but it's there. No more GME analysis? Dude, I spend like an hour every day writing like a fucking paper on GME. And then I just went over GME's hedge flip for the last 20 minutes. I might have. If we see a minimal run on GME during Octopex, likely toward end of October or closer to Novopex, I still think they're gunning for November, but I have to agree with JFresh here that it's primed to run at any moment. Like the setup for a run is already in place, right? I just don't think obligations are high enough yet. And we're not seeing you know what I really want to see? I want to see the borrow rate start to move up. a little bit, and we're not seeing that yet. So once they tap out ETF liquidity and start turning to the borrow pools again, and ideally short us down below $20, then I'll be stoked. I'm gonna be unreasonably bullish at that point. How much does 50 memberships cost? I don't know. I can make you a website for the information. Then you can say you got it from a website, and then people can pay you for the information. I mean, I think if we wanted to do that, we could. I don't think we want to do that. Get Upscore back on there. Oh, yeah. God, that's bullish. You know what? What would we expect from the FOMC minutes today? I don't know. Probably not a lot. Yeah, Bithead's a pigeon whale. Bar rate is up today. How much? I didn't see a rise this morning. Thanks. Ooh, Upstart's Gamma Max moved up to 85. God, I love that stock. Um, Bar rate was down this AM. IBKR from 9.54 to 9.53. Fidelity's still flat, so I don't know what you're talking about. If you're referring to Ortex data, I don't give a shit if Questrade is charging more for their shares. I want primes or large brokers charging more. They pull their data from like obscure tiny brokerages that charge like 200% borrow rates. No one's going to them for shares, for their like 20 shares they have on file. Upstart fun on volume even without the market. Hopefully that resistance becomes support. We'll see. Upstart's getting real close to its gamma flip point too. 25.30. Tasty. Let's see if they try to slam it down with like weird bear put spreads again. Without you, I wouldn't be able to sell CCs and lose it all gambling on zero DTs. I love you, bro. You're welcome. I mean, they were short positions, Space Banana, but they were like delta neutral shorts. So like they're trying to take the risk out of shorting. It was kind of interesting. There were a lot of them. Yeah, it looks like maybe entropy prep for October. If Upstart hits 25.30, is it go time? No, because remember they're gonna skew it. So as we approach it, they're gonna buy more and more puts to attempt to keep us from crossing it. The problem is if the market's rising, active funds are buying, right? And then when active funds are buying, that means the market maker is also buying. So it puts a lot of pressure on them. Once they can reverse price action, though, they can drop the price really, really fast. Full bull. Should I show them the bull chart, Dork? Or do you think they'll get too worked up? I'm not gonna do it. That's a bad idea. No, Kirk. Can you please tell them to not buy those puts? I have a mortgage to pay. Yeah, honestly, I don't think that's gonna help your case. If they promise to be responsible, let's find out. I voted no. Well, it looks like the majority of people are voting that they're totally going to be responsible with really, really bullish information. So in that case, I see no reason that we can't share it. I'll give you guys a minute with this. This is Upstart. So Upstart's got kind of a liquidity problem right now. One that it really hasn't had since the shorts got squeezed out of their initial IPO. As you can see, line moved down, stock go up. Line already way up. Maybe already peaked. And Gamma Max is at $85. I swear to God, if I see a volume spike on weeklies, I'm gonna be so disappointed with chat. Yeah. Me too. Especially after they promise to be responsible investors. That could take weeks to play out, guys. Just so you know. The time frame from the peak last time to when it actually ran was like a couple months or a month. Yeah, it didn't start running till like August 11th, and that peak was on July 27th. So, a couple weeks. And obviously, you know, the current price action from $20 is not going to be the same as price action from 108. Upstart January 60s are pretty sweet for capturing implied volatility and are also below Gamma Max. You know what? You're not wrong, dude. Um, they are all of those things. We're talking about Upstart, not August 11th. Um, I'm gonna take that info and find another entry instead of chasing high IV options right now, chat, because people aren't patient. So you're saying it's full port YOLO into Upstart Jan 23s? Gotcha. I didn't say that. I'm not full port YOLOing into Upstart Jan 23s. I just said it looks very, very bullish. Kind sir, as a highly responsible gentleman of distinguished risk management, I must humbly apologize for what is about to transpire. No. You want me to layer it behind my face? But then if I move my face over, people can't see it. How's this? Since we're past the peak, I don't need to talk about it anymore. Look at the WeBull portfolio chat. What the fuck is that? I'm sorry, Gurk's ice cream sandwich. I was busy doing bullish things. Just tell me what you said. Wop brings all the natties to the yard. Any implications of PPI this morning for the market, or is everyone still holding their breath for tomorrow? Holding their breath for tomorrow. What typically happens to a stock when removed from reg show? I mean, usually it gets a lot of volume before it's removed from reg show. You playing Sava ouchies? I've just been selling bear call spreads on it. It's free money. No problem, Mike. I never said Jan 23Cs while owning Jan 60Cs. Yeah, exactly. What do you say about Tesla calls around this price? I guess if you want to. Tesla's had a lot of bad news lately. Hey, Gert, question on Rev. What's up, dude? I've been seeing red spikes the past few days in the stock. Who's selling these? I don't know. People? Not everyone's as bullish on the delisting hearing as we are. Thoughts on Rev December 15, 2023, 17C for volatility play. Highest OI outside of the Jan 23 call chain. Maybe too much theta, but 0.55 delta is enticing for being that far out of the money. Yeah, it's not bad. How's the Vega curve? Ah, that's like a bitch to check. Probably not awful. Good delta. What's the lowest point you think Rev 35s could reach if not delisted? I think they were like 20 bucks or 20 cents before like the August run. Still holding Upstart October 2135 Cs. They're down so much, I won't sell them hoping for a bounce. If I can get out down 20 to 30%, I'd be happy. Building Jan 50-60 position. Any hope for the Octobers? No, but I also rolled those like a couple weeks ago. I don't think there is, at least. Not unless, I mean, if the market rallies, maybe. You already have no value in them, right? I have 20 calls for Jan 23 on Rev at 50 cents. Dude, you're the floor. Like I mean, I didn't actually close them for a loss because they were offset synthetic longs, like diagonal synthetic long spreads. So I closed them for a positive credit, but and then rolled them forward. Remember, my initial upstart position was all me selling puts and buying calls. But I was like selling short dated puts, like 14 DTEs, and buying like October, November, December calls. Or October, December, Jan. Just rewind the stream, man. So if removed from break show, this means the big money that is in short and continues to hold short pumps volume, which equals volatility to satisfy fails while at the same time repositioning the short, right? Yeah. I did get assigned big time. Although I'm now just above my cost basis. So I'm up on that, right? For the next 5 minutes. Before I fall back below my cost basis. The hearing's tomorrow. The announcement's up to 45 days out. You were selling the 14 DTEs in the money though, right? At the time, no, they were just out of the money. I have CSPs open on Upstart right now too. At $20. Still looking like 30 is a ceiling for GME. I mean, the gamma flip point is a ceiling for GME. More than 30 is. Upstart bar rate up 2% from yesterday. Important. Yeah. $27 CC safe? No, because they can move the hedge by buying puts, right? Or the hedge could collapse, which is really risky. Ideally, what would be safe is if the hedge flipped and then you could sell covered calls because the market maker would be selling into rising prices and you don't have to worry about, the index rocketing to 3,700 on the back of like good CPI data, right? Ooh, BTU doing a merger? I like it. How do you like Upstart November 18 $60 calls? Not a lot. Do you really think Jimmy has the potential or go past 500 to 800 at some point? No. Like 500 to $800 at the current, like in the post split environment? Absolutely fucking not. Right now the like ceiling on a run on Jimmy is like $40.70. Spy monthly, is it a bull flag? Zoom out. You need to relax, all right, Johnny? The hedge flip point's actually around delta neutral, but it should be around gamma neutral, right? It's skewed. It should be the gamma flip point, right? So it should be at 25.69, but it's at 26.50 because of all the put skew. Thank you, Johnny. Yeah, by the way. Jimmy leading indicator for SPX? It might be because of the sensitivity of the hedge. I've noticed that too. Because it's like 2x, so it's like 2x beta right now. And so it'll get a green candle before the SPX does. How long's your recovery period on a life savings, or do you just have the next one ready to go? So gamma flip is not gamma neutral because of put skew. I'm gonna write that one down and try to understand it after I upgrade my brain. I think without volatility, mathematically, DN would be equal to GN. No, not negative beta, high beta, highly positive beta. Jimmy has negative beta when trading above its gamma flip point. Ooh. Oh, that's a hole. Oh, shut up. Fucking interesting. God, I'm smart. You guys are so lucky to have me. DocuSign 52-week low. But the question is, can it go lower? How about 5-year low? 10-year low? My favorite part is your modesty. Thanks, Atomic. I don't take trading days off, Lenny D. That's not how this works. When is BA gonna be a pickles pick? Ugh, I really don't like Boeing. Not any fucking time soon. I'll buy it at under $100, maybe. God, I'm smart. 5 minutes later, no chat. Mayonnaise is not a bull put spread. Someone say the most modest pickle ever. I do my best, okay? No, I don't go on holiday. Do you have trichotillomania? Like pulling hair out of my body? No? That's what Carl does. It's frightening to watch. AMD under 100, same like free money? Not anymore. AMD under 100, same like free money up until their latest drop in margins. Now AMD under 50, same like free money. Is there Upstart DD? Yeah, I just did it. What do you want? What kind of DD do you want? They're a fintech company that uses AI to uh, assist the lending process. They're moderately profitable with decent free cash flow and not too much debt, but a little bit. Servicing their debt's not very expensive though, and really only hurts like one of their quarters a year. They should see improved profitability due to the rise in interest rates, which gets them more points of commission per loan. But also at the same time, we're going to see a steep decline in the amount of loans being underwritten. So they'll do okay. They're not going out of business. They're definitely not worth $20. What is wheeling? Wheeling is a strategy of selling cash secured puts to enter a position and then using covered calls to exit it. Or when you're scared of tricycles. Really? I would have thought 35.50 was a depressing resistance. I can't remember who it was, but somebody told me SPY was going to 3,500 today. And I want to say to them, ha. Ha 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 ha. Okay. No, it just happens naturally and it's really itchy. I don't know, man. There was that time I walked in on you when you were using your litter box and you just had handfuls of hair. And I was like, is this why you're bald, Carl? And you were like, no, I swear, this is not what it looks like. And then you broke eye contact, so I knew you were lying. When was the last time you were away from a computer all day during a trading day? Like completely without a computer? 2016? My phone's a computer. Does that count? I could move that date up. No, Cat's just chopping at 180 and being a little bitch, actually. John Dan Rockefeller, who I assume is Daniel Rock. First of all, that was Jay Fresh's litter box. There is no second. That's all I got. If you really want to get back at Jay Fresh, you have to poop in his shoes. Is the market down because Carl doesn't slam wine during the day anymore? Yes. Yes, it is. That's because he's been buying puts and he knows the effect. You were in my dream last night and you were ignoring me the same way you ignore me in chat. It was awesome. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was pretty good for me too. You should do a yeast detox for grubbing on all that sugar 24/7. You should go fuck yourself. Not tell me what to do with my yeast. I'll cultivate it if I want to. Wait, cats can wear shoes? Why has no one told me this? What else do you have them wear when you walk them on the sidewalk? Eye contact doesn't mean Carl lied. Yeah, it does. Any expectations for CPI tomorrow? Do you think beat, miss, or no idea? I think either lower growth, so instead of 0.4, like 1.1 or 0.2, up, or flat. Ooh, forecast. All of, both of these are honestly bullish. Scaling, obviously, this is more bullish. If we print negative, like a decline in CPI, the market's going to go nuts. There we go. Is your real name Google? No. That'd be cool though. You gotta love how hard they short down Upstart from 24, so my underwater CCs live one more day. Was the 50% increase in fresh produce month over month or year over year? Month over month. I heard Ppi forgets his name in public sometimes and just introduces himself as Gurk, followed by "Hit me up later, I'll get you added to the country club." I don't know if we'll hit 355 again today. In what universe do we see a decline of CPI tomorrow? Best case scenario is unchanged. I mean, come on, right? No, not necessarily. If you look at the trend over time, it's possible that we see a decline tomorrow. So we have like a higher, well, but it could be a decline into a higher low. So, you know, if you look at the CPI trend, it's kind of like this. And this is a lower high, right? Actually it's kind of like this. So, you know, tomorrow obviously we can move up. I mean, yeah, if you look at the long-term trend, it's not very deterministic, right? But we could reject into a higher low, which would be bad. Because that would imply that, you know, growth in core is not only gonna continue going up, but very, very steadily. So, like, long term, I actually think a drop is most bearish. If it doesn't drop below the previous 5.9. So if we see a drop, we want to see a big one. We want to see it hit like 5.8 or 5.7. But I do agree that core should theoretically pick up. But supply, like the supply shock is easing. And I think people forget that. And some, you know, producer numbers are down today. And some producer numbers have been down for the last 3 months, which means that, you know, the effect of PPI on CPI is delayed, right? And so, you know, we saw a big fall off in PPI and what was it? April. PPI went from like 1.7 down to like 0.5. And you know, in August, we saw a big jump in core, right? But then, the largest jump preceded the largest drop in PPI. And so, it could be that, September CPI is going to be pretty low, actually. Like if you think about how they correlate to each other, because April was the lowest producer price month, which means less price increases passed on to the consumer. I mean, it's presuming a lot. You're presuming like a 5-month cycle between one data point and the other, but it's possible. There's reason to consider it. Was the guy who gave me bread tips in here? In here, I did it. Yeah, the yeast guy. He's in here. Well, my Apple 11/18 170s print. I don't know. Only if the market rallies, but they do have a decent amount of theta on them. Ergo suppliers to large retailers, and there have been recent meetings where retailers are expecting cost decreases from suppliers due to favorable year-over-year transportation costs on ocean freight. Yeah, well, I mean, that's one of the many things that is dropping in price. Yeah, container costs are down. For the risk-adverse, less knowledgeable investors, what would you think of playing the VIX? Buying mid-20s, selling high 20s, low 30s while monitoring market announcements? Yeah, I mean, it's historically safer to short the VIX than it is to go long on it. Supply chains are largely reestablished and back to normal, but that's leading on CPI, right? So, you know, even if there is an improvement, it's going to take a while for us to realize that in consumer pricing. Are you still holding some EPAM puts down here? I mean, the few I was able to buy. I still have my short position on EPAM, but I have a stop on it. It's ready to get cut as soon as the market rallies. It was a good play. I should have shorted it harder, but no matter how I try to think about it, I always get worked up about just straight up shorting stocks. That infinite risk bothers me. It could just be people selling Revlon and nobody shorting at all, right? Like, it doesn't take a lot of volume to move Rev's price. It seems like inflation isn't affecting people at all. They're spending tons on food. Yeah, people don't give a shit right now because a lot of them have multiple income streams. That's the answer to the inflation, right? Is people are getting more jobs and working side gigs, and uh, it's a it's not necessarily a good thing, but people have to, right? The one job isn't doing enough. People who don't get worked up about infinite risk are psychopaths. Maybe, yeah. Just richer than me, I think. Well, on EPAM, it's really risky because it can move super fast. There's shit I would be less worried about shorting. EPAM's, you know, very, very volatile, and it moves, its price can move really fast against your position. So thanks for all you do. Thanks, Broken Logic. 60k volume on Rev only. Shouldn't Yeast Slayer guy for MOASS? Why don't you go charge your fucking crystals and manifest something? Why don't you manifest the market going to 3,700, Dr. Redline? Regardless if official info isn't out and Rev tomorrow, shouldn't we see some price action based on potential insider info trading? No. There's no insider info or trading necessarily. Why the fuck would anybody know in advance? I mean, they shouldn't. Is EPAM looking decent for a long position here? Are you still waiting on CPI? I'm ready to buy all the OI again like I did with the 420Ps. Yeah, I expect EPAM will continue to do well, but maybe in a narrower range due to the scale back in margins and, you know, NASDAQ getting beat the fuck up. They still make a lot of money though, and most of their revenue stream comes from contracts that are in place. I followed your financial advice and bought weeklies on Jimmy. Can you make the price go up now? It already did that this morning. You missed it. I will by next week. You're welcome. Get on it. I played soccer my whole life. Calling games could be fun now. Good idea. What commodity are these crystals? I put my last dollars in GME leaps. Now it will tank. I mean, at least you bought time. That, you know, that's always been an approach to like OPEX runs, is you just buy leaps at the bottom. Here's the problem with that approach though. Every single day, so if you have a large position, every single day you're paying for theta that you're not using. So if you guys ever want to know why I don't just buy a bunch of leaps at the bottom and wait, that's the reason. I lose less money trying to just time it than I would if I just held leaps for 2 months while the price tanked like a rock. Can I buy these crystals from the Ppi store? Yeah, when it goes live. The Ppi store is not going live till the bottom of the bear market though. Very little theta decay if they're in the fucking money. Weekly is not greater than leaps, but I mean, it depends on the size of your position. You guys are buying like 5 leaps and you're like, woo, OPEX, let's go. I'm buying like 500 and I'm like, fuck, 0.02 theta decay a day. We're not the same. We can relate on many things, but not that. Shout out to Pickles Pick that I wish I bought more of. Amazon Jan 110 puts. Yeah, they're pretty good. Rev just got spanked. Hold on, did volume go up? Upstart. Oh, nice. Back to $1 fast. I hope so. At what price per share does Rev need to be to not satisfy listing requirements? Under $1. Although Sundial's still listed, so. Are people still hoping they get bought out by Tilray? I have no idea. Yeah, it has to be under $1 for I forget the set period of time, but it has to remain under $1 for a while. Price target for Microsoft? I don't really have one. To the downside? Or do you just want one? I could probably get you one. Do you want to go long or short? I know it very well could just it's at resistance right now. And if it falls, you're targeting 212. Long term, maybe 202. Market crash, 187. But right now like 212. It's already at resistance though. I'd watch for a bounce. Risky to go short on it right now. Price target for Rev 35 Jan calls above my cost basis, which is currently 0.71. Yeah, it won't move too much in either direction and you profit from IV crash. Even if it does move, you'll profit from the IV crash on the spreads because you're selling the spreads at higher IV. But if it also doesn't move a lot, not only can you sell at higher IV, but you can you can just close it out the next day and after the IV crushes, or you can, if it doesn't move a lot, you can ride out the position. You lose money if it moves really fucking hard. Yeah, but the amount of money you can lose is capped. It's also JPM, right? So yeah, max loss is capped by the spread though. Well, I sold GME CCs for like 6 weeks after each of the last 3 runs. Bot leaps around the bottom. Entry and exit were never perfect, but compounded to 5x my option money. Took out 1/3 of the gains. Yeah, I mean you can do it. I'm not saying it's terrible, but it's really bad when you start getting more and more leverage. Any hope for AMD with a market rally, or is it stuck regardless of a market rally? No, there's hope for it with a rally. Options positioning on AMD is still pretty bullish. The delisting is about the bankruptcy rate, not the stock price. Yes, that is correct. They need to show that they are going to continue to do what they do profitably. So basically, they need to present them with their business plan. Probably the same one they presented the lenders who are bailing them out of their bankruptcy. They have to show a path to profitability. And if they can do that, then they shouldn't be delisted. They will have to submit to like quarterly like audits, or well, they're not really audits, quarterly assessments, but as long as they stay on track with their plan, they should be fine. The financials in those reports don't look terrible, to be honest. Now they're really just mostly screwed over by servicing their massive amount of debt and their previous inability to obtain supplies, right? They're a manufacturer and their supply chain got hit hard. The demand is already there. You're not shadow band walking. They have to show a path to profitability. Not they don't have to be profitable. Jettle. They just have to show that, in the future they plan to be a profitable company and how they're going to obtain that. Well, they have 45 days to announce the decision from the delisting hearing. But as soon as it's announced, ETFs will have to buy the stock. It could be announced the same day. It could be announced a couple weeks later. That's literally how it works, Chris. Come up with an idea, get funding based on that idea. Convince some people that your idea can be profitable. Then they give you money to make that happen. It's, it sounds hard, but it's not. People are just overwhelmed, usually by bureaucratic red tape. I'm cool. I'm just uninteresting. I'm good with that. Did I miss something you said? I'm sorry. I love how Rev is a legacy company being undercut due to supply chain issues. Tons of assets in connection with other big US legacy companies, Walmart, yet still can't be removed. Can't just be removed because it does give them some protection, I'll admit. But we'll see. I mean, the chances of delisting are still not decided by us, and they're not necessarily decided in an equitable way or a consistent way. So relying on the decision of a private panel of, NYSE executives may not be in our best interest. right? Like saying that, you know, oh, it's definitely not going to be delisted is a bit presumptuous. Do you know if you start somewhere as a junior day trader, could you still continue to solo trade on your own account? Not really. You have to pass all of your personal trades through compliance, and it becomes a bitch. So no, basically no. You'll be cut off from trading most things. You'll be able to invest in stuff, but even that you'll have to clear. No, Legacy didn't help Sears out much, but Sears CEO was actively dismantling the company. Uh, the CEO of Revlon is the daughter of the man who owns the company. So the destruction of the company is not in her best interest. Although she could have daddy issues, and we don't know. Sears died because of their debt? No, Sears died because their CEO actively dismantled the company. Like Adam Aaron. It's not that free speech is censored, it's just that your speech is censored, Bipolar Bear. Oh, you're a bear. I mean, you don't have any rights. Find out if Perelman's daughter has daddy issues. Losing my mind that Trey sold. What, AMC? I mean, he should have sold it at 70. That was a much better price. Speaking of which, AMC's financial subsidiary is diluting. Yeah, I do agree she's qualified for the position. But as long as people keep buying AMC and AMC keeps diluting, AMC can stay in business. I thought Trade Trades was buying like 100,000 more shares of AMC or some shit with super chat money. Wow, nice. So I was right all along. So for the last 2 years, now people are giving up. I mean, Jesus Christ, they couldn't have held those bags longer, but good for them. Ooh, I'm gonna go on Twitter and start a flame war. How do I do this? Does anybody know how to use Twitter? DM me. Now if we can just convince people that BBBY is also a piece of shit company. I made 500% on AMC. That means you paper handed it. That's great. Trey's mustache? I don't know. That's what people are saying. I'm just going with the rumors. I'm buying the rumor. Hear me, Gurk, hear me now. What makes you think the man, given the absurd amount of Rev 35Cs, will ever let us have our attendees? Name one time that a strike was stacked so hard at one strike where it ever worked out. GME January $20 calls. BBBY $10 calls. Tesla 1000s. Hold on, I have to read the rest of it. The man diddles his fingers, Gurk. Diddles. Here's the problem with Revlon. You've got two mans, and they are juxtaposed. Trey ghosted his own YouTube channel. Baba 200s. That's been a while. Because Perelman is also a billionaire and a part of the Wall Street machine. His name holds a lot more weight than RC's did before. Yeah. Trey admitted he was just hyping AMC. Of course he was. What, did people think he understood the markets or was like a professional finance guy? No, the contracts are closed. Once you close the contracts, once you buy to close, they're closed. I think RC's done great. He made a bunch of money on BBBY. He made a bunch of money on GME. He did really well on Wells Fargo. He's not doing so great on Apple anymore, but I'm a professional. Do you want any meat with your rice and beans? Dewey, CEO of Rice and Bean Enterprise. Roadblocks, I want to go short. Can you check out the chart? Why does everyone want to go short at the bottom? The chart looks kind of bullish, and it looks like it's recovering off of the $34 resistance. Higher low about to print into their earnings, which have not been great. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could tank on earnings again. Risky to play the earnings play, though. You're just gambling. You're gambling that it'll go down at that point. BBBY bonds being purchased, enough said. I don't really think that says anything. It just says that banks are over liquid and they'll lend money to anyone. They're also giving out loans with no credit check or down payment. BBBY, same like subprime bonds? Yes. That's bullish as fuck. No, not the perfect time to get a mortgage. Well, unless you have shitty credit and no money. Dude, I'm not gonna go through your whole playlist. You can't just say deal, deal, and it's a deal. I'm not gonna agree to your terms. When BBBY MOASSes, have you started smoking crack? You know you're not supposed to smoke the crystals. You're supposed to charge them in the moonlight. Thoughts on Foo Bounce? It's up like 30 cents. Tomorrow, all bets are off. We could crash. Did he buy the crystals from Stefan? I feel like Stefan would be a good crystal salesman. Yeah, I could see that. I could see Stefan having crystals next to his indoor atrium, or what is it? His little eco bubble that he's making before he runs on the beach. Look at my TA. SPX triple top means big downs coming intraday, correct? I mean, only if it triple tops and doesn't break out. Also, this isn't a triple top. This is a double top that failed, right? You know, a triple top has to be on the same resistance, not slightly lower ones each time. This is a descending channel, not really a wedge, um, with lower highs. And here, a higher low. Well, several higher lows, actually. So this is bullish. Boop. You're just looking on like too short of a time frame. Terrarium, that's what he's got. Gurk's BMG put their pickle in my jar. What's up, BMG? The preferred term is sunning. It's when you open your brown eye to the sun early in the morning. It's primal as fuck. Strange. Have you been hanging out with Kendro again? I like the crystals purely for their beauty, not for their alleged heart chakra powers. All right, thank God. How about the inverse head and shoulders on Jimmy? Did I do better than the last guy, Dad? Yes. Do you mind talking on PPI results and if they have changed your opinion on CPI expectations tomorrow? No. The PPI results were not terrible. Vegetables are more expensive, but core is relatively flat. So, food and energy are very volatile in their pricing. And that's why they cut them out of the core rate, but core was flat. And some areas even declined. That could be, good for CPI in several months, but remember, those are producer prices. CPI is going to be more reflective of previous producer prices. There's a delay there. It's about a quarter, but sometimes it's a little longer. There are 10.5K open orders for Rev 35s at 25. No, there aren't. Shut the fuck up. Are poors unaffected by the vegetable price increase as they don't eat them? Possibly. Big Dilly style. I don't know what time the hearing is tomorrow. It's on their I think it's on the NYSE website. It doesn't matter. No, they're not all mine. The ultra pours have cornered the market on vegetables. We learned how to grow them ourselves. Now you just need to learn to find a buyer. And then you can also afford vegetables. All right, things are looking bullish. I'm gonna be right back and make my coffee. All right. I'm back. Well, nothing crashed while I was gone, so that's cool. Good job, guys. No, go away. I left when things were already bullish. It's not like they turned around because I left. I held down the fort. What's my reward? Here you go, man. No, the cat lady hasn't gotten me yet. Ape outperforming Revlon. Who gives a shit? I can find you 50 stocks that are outperforming Ape. Do you care about them? Shut the fuck up, Carl. I didn't ask you. I had a dream about Upstart mooning last night, but it was one of those dreams where you're clumsy and I couldn't sell my fucking call. I've had that dream. Mm. What proportion of traders do you think are female? I mean, like professionally, like in the finance industry. Quite a lot nowadays. Here's the thing, I'm up a bit on my Upstart 60 leaps. I'm torn between just taking profits and repositioning, as I think this could take some time, but I'm also afraid of a market rally tomorrow. Hold me, Gurk. I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm up like 30% on the 60s. They're fine. I'm not worried about them. As long as I don't lose the profits. Although I'll be honest, I don't care a lot about them. The whole position was like $2,200. You know, I know a lot of you think that like, and I'll address this because it's something I see happen a lot. You buy leaps, and then near-term price action, smaller than expected, right? And then you want to sell your leaps, but if that's the case, like if you just wanted to capture a small move to the upside, why did you buy leaps in the first place? It's not always beneficial to reposition. And also, don't forget spread and commission as well. Right, so if you're willing to sell your leaps on a small bump, was that small bump what you were expecting? If it is, sure, sell them. Like if Fubo goes to $8, I'll sell my leaps because that's my price target. But I'm not going to sell my leaps if Fubo goes to 5. It has to go to 5 to go to 8. I always second guess myself if I should use log or linear charts. Am I overthinking that? You should use log. Still waiting to sell all my GME Not even the bulk. I have none open right now. You can DCA leaps with move downs. Tough to DCA weeklies or following week contracts. Risky, right? A lot less risk leveraging contracts with decent theta. Wait, pores are most affected by vegetable price increases. I'm eat is more expensive than vegetables. Oh, meat is more expensive than vegetables. No, poultry's down. Chicken cheaper than vegetables. Mm. Okay, what are we expecting from FOMC minutes? Powell is speaking, and does it usually have an impact on markets? I don't think Powell's speaking today, but FOMC minutes, yeah, can have an impact on the market. But as long as nothing in the projections from the last big speech have changed, then the market should be largely unaffected. Are you using log right now? Yeah. Can't you sell shorter dated calls against leaps to capture profits if you have margin? Yes, you can. But only if you have margin. What are you eating? Cocoa Pebbles. I'm trying to ensure that my yeast levels remain really high for today. Revlon lenders lose bid for review of appeal in city error case. Oh, okay. Is that bullish? Yes. Okay, awesome. Fuck Revlon's lenders. No one likes them anyway. I've always been a Fruity Pebbles man myself. Not Fruit Loops. Fruit Loops are like chewing glass. I thought yesterday that Clase Azul has all these additives and isn't pure tequila. Oh no. Do you have a restaurant recommendation for Palm Springs? Yeah, eat somewhere else. Or you know, live with the fact that all of your food is going to be cooked in what's essentially mud. They don't have good water quality. It actually means for the last 5 days, fails were settled under the limit. Stephen D. or Steve D. Nope, log's better on every time frame. My insulin levels are great. Are you planning on adding any GME positions? I'm planning on selling some covered calls at some point. Top three cereals. Why is it Captain Crunch, Captain Crunch, and Captain Crunch? It's none of those. And if it was, it'd be Peanut Butter Crunch or Crunch Berries. Any potential here? I mean, you're rolling the dice with CPI. Yeah, I see Revlon's doing some squarts. It's made up like an entire day's losses. It's called Oops, All Berries. Get it right. Are you gonna leave positions open overnight with CPI coming out tomorrow? Yeah? Like which positions? I'm gonna leave some of them open. How aggressive would you be selling cover calls if your cost basis was 30 and risking assignment at a loss? I mean, if you sold 29s for like next week, right? Then your cost basis would become 29.30. So you're not really taking on a huge amount of risk. If you sold 30s, your cost basis goes down to 29.50. And that's just next weeklies. Like that's not even that far out. I know you've been skeptical on MMTLP, but it's had a fantastic week since the amended S1. Yeah, I heard. I know about it running. I'm very happy for all the people bag holding the shit out of it. Get Maury Povich in. You were not delisted. I'll think about it. I knew I like you for some reason. Peanut Butter Crunch for the win. Thanks, adopted by Dan's. Grape Nuts or the goat? They're okay. Do you still believe that they've been compounding obligations on Rev since August? No. They cleared the obligations on Revlon. That's why it ran a bunch. But if more obligations come in, they will compound. Up 200K on MMTLP. Nice, man. Price action generating the fail will make the fail appear T+2 on the report. Yes. I read your Ko-Fi, Gurk's BMG. You said weight pours are most affected by vegetable price increases. I'm eat is more expensive than vegetables. You didn't say rich people eat meats and fish. I have it right here. I mean, because I'm rich. Oh, I see. $65K. Wow, that swung quick. I've been working and went from the stream. Ew. Like actual work? You didn't write a Ko-Fi. No, that was my initial investment. 200K or 65K? You buying some Rev 4.5C weeklies with me? I'm trying to front run you. No? Yes, that's correct, Stephen D. Well, no, because, wait, hold on. So, fails don't work the same way. Like, fail reporting doesn't work the same way as threshold. For threshold, it has to have 5 consecutive days below the threshold limit. At the end of day reporting. They don't care about the T+2. All right, have fun, Dr. Redline. Any guesses as to what peak USD to Euro exchange rate would be? I think we hit it in like 2020, right? Wasn't it like $1.23 or something like that? Do you see Jimmy hitting 27 today? Only if the market breaks out really hard, and even then it probably won't. Do you ever buy stupidly far out of the money 0DT SPX calls just for fun? All the time. I don't know why they named Thresh that way. I thought it had more to do with like threshing because he has a scythe or like a sickle. You know, it's like how you cut down wheat. Yeah, in a turn of embarrassment, I was both short and long yen at the same time because I didn't read what an ETF did. Um, my hubris got the best of me, but I made a lot of money, so I'm okay with it. I inadvertently hedged my own position. Because of your status as an influencer, have you been able to play Street Fighter 6 yet? No. Spy has been trying to break out for, well, the majority of the day, since about 10:30. 9:45. Yeah. Still don't want to sell a lot of CCs unless the hedge flips or the market's going to tank. CPI predictions from you? Didn't I kind of go over that in yesterday's daily? I feel like I did. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. Oh, so the rug pull's built into it? Awesome. Watching the spy fight for the breakout on the 4-second, 5-second was kind of fun. It's just like stock pong. Buying back a CC isn't considered part of the same trade as buying the CC for tax purposes? No. Taxes are on the premium, not the premium. It's net, protege son. Oh no, rejected. Kind of hard too. I don't know when the hearing's going to be held. It doesn't matter. News from the hearing probably won't be available same day. Why is Cat's volume so abysmal? Oh, it always is. It's always really low. I have 10, 5, 10 DTE 31 CCs on GME. Should I close them? Or think I'll be safe to let them ride without much management on my part? You could set a stop on them so that they auto buy back if it like hits an upper threshold. Fubo squeeze? No, I don't think so. It's going up. It's like having an okay day. I don't think it's squeezing. It's excessive. Yeah, I never liked Mortal Kombat that much. 200 shares of Rev at $8. How about 2.5K trying to lower that cost basis? Just buy shares with such low capital? I don't know what you're asking me. You have 200 shares? You can lower it if you want to. That's averaging down. So if you get 1K and buy back at 100, the tax implication is 900? Yeah. Sorry, I should have been more specific. Is it worth writing CSPs instead of buying shares? I mean, you might get a steeper discount on the like shares assigned. You might not get assigned. Like you could write a CSP at $4, but it might not get assigned if we move up above $4 before the end of the week. Pat McAfee show going on Fubo TV. Dope. I don't know who that is, but awesome. You're just taxed on net profits, Protege son. You don't need to worry about the minutia so much. It's not that complicated. Do you know what caused GME's Gamma Max to rise over $35? People buying out of the money calls. For egg-shaped football. Okay, cool. Sounds bullish for Fubo. Fubo's been doing a lot of stuff since I bought in. I like it. My wife was stressed out about the tax implications of my investing. Telling her about my realized losses did not help ease her mind at all. I don't recommend it. That was probably a mistake on your part. You can't shart the upsquart. Do you have Fubo Leaps? Yeah, Jan 23 and 24. Yeah, Fubo's got a bit of a short position on it. It's not crazy, but it's large. But just the highest in telecom. What's up, CTD? Rev 35's under 30? Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty cheap today. I've only gotten a fill on 4 of them at 25, though. They're trying to get Upstart off Reg Show. No. I mean, yes, but they're not successfully. Currently shorting Tilray because I think plant stocks are terrible. I'm looking at the options chain. Do I need to wait until all of these calls expire to see more downside? I mean, not necessarily. Just because people have calls doesn't mean the price of the stock won't go down. If you found yourself in the middle of nowhere at a truck stop diner, how do you order your eggs? Over medium. Seeded rye toast. Yep, Upstart's on Reg Show. Been on Reg Show. Continues to be on Reg Show. MMTLP up and not Emma. They're different. They're not the same, right? I mean, Emma owns MMTLP. They own some, but not the same. There's probably gonna be like an arbitrage short there, or there was already an arbitrage short. Here's the biggest problem with it. Emma owns 25% of MMTLP. That's the biggest problem with the whole play, right? When they dump those bags, everyone gets burned. Over medium does have a dippy yolk. It should have a soft yolk. Have you guys never been to a truck stop? Truck stops have all that stuff. They're very well stocked. I was asking my eggs Fabergé style. It's funny to see how they arrive. Threshold list is it's Reg Show threshold list. If I were to a truck stop and someone said that to me, I'd give them sunny side up and snotty. Some of the best diners I've ever eaten at were inside truck stops. I don't know what you're talking about, Tyler. Stefan, the chat isn't gonna not talk about food because you're intermittent fasting. The best diners are run by Greeks and are open 24/7. That's not always true, actually. Some of the best diners are run by Greeks. The best diners are run by former prison chefs. If you ever get more northbound towards Herkimer, look for Crazy Autos. And where the fuck is Herkimer? What state is that even in? That's in New York? Are you sure? I don't go to upstate New York, or Northern Ohio, as I like to call it. It's in Westchester. Man, that's really far outside of the city. They have diamonds? New York ends at Manhattan. No, it doesn't extend to Long Island. The official slogan of the poor is to please, sir, I want some more. only if emergency exit starts wearing the little Oliver Twist hat. No, Upstart is on the threshold list. Dave's bullish baconator. What are you confused about here? I'll help you out. Each exchange has their own threshold list, dude. You're sliding down a rabbit hole you don't need to go down. Fubo $28 price target is wild. Who the fuck targeted $28 on Fubo? The last upgrade was $6. Upstate begins at the Tappan Zee Bridge. It begins at the George Washington Bridge. It's on NASDAQ. It's not an NYSE stock. There you go. See, I told you you didn't need to go down that rabbit hole. I can't draw Doritos fast enough on the 5-second chart. Stop using it? Don't they already issue like buy and hold ratings, Tungsten? New York charging people to drive on their bridges, so cringe. Actually, the George Washington Bridge, New Jersey charges you to drive on it. not New York. I used to live just across the Tappan Zee Bridge. I never considered it upstate. You mean Nyack? That's upstate. That's the Hudson Valley. You don't want people to escape New Jersey? This looks super bearish now. Pearl River? That's not just across the Tappan Zee Bridge. Isn't Pearl River closer to the GW? Would you rather live in upstate New York for a year or New Jersey for a year? Where in upstate New York, where in New Jersey? You've got to be more specific. And default upstate New York, but that really does depend where. Like outside Syracuse, fuck no. I'd rather live in Jersey City. How do I make rice that's not all wet and sticky? Use less water so it's less wet. T plus 69 a thing? It's always been a thing. People just don't know how to count or read. So for the illiterate, no. Ithaca, New York, near Cornell? It's the most boring fucking city on the planet. Town. And it's cold as shit. Is being able to read compulsory for trading? Yes. No, there's no maximum number of days on Reg Show. Admitted Gurk, my TA on SPX was right. No, it wasn't. You said it was a triple top and it was going to fail. And then it tested 3 more times. 2 more times. It tested 2 more times. It doesn't matter. We're not going to cross. You're right in that we're not going to cross 3,600, but it has nothing to do with your technical analysis. Is there a median number of days on Reg Show? No. I mean, probably like an average. I would say most of them are off reg show before the rule 204 applies after 13 days. If your upstart Jan 60s go in the money, at what point would you consider exercising? I wouldn't. I would just sell them. SPX descending wedge, continuing down? Possibly. You mean like out here on the 15-minute? Like this? The shitty thing about this, though, is if it does break up late, it's only going to break back up to like 60, like 36.30. I think we have too much economic news in the near term for this to be reliable. That may not even be reliable after the FOMC meeting today. Either Atlantic City or Rochester? I'd actually take option 3. What's that? I wouldn't live in either of those places. I connected 2 brain cells today. Thank you, Sensei. Thanks, Dave's Bullish Baconator. Upstart looking hella Bella bullish. Are there any daily fee penalties for sellers of a stock that's on reg show? And they have to pay the overnight borrow rate. If they're unable to clear the FTDs, they have to pay the like overnight obligation warehouse charge, which is expensive. Would you ever live in Rochester, New York for $1 billion? However, you could never leave, not even for vacation. No. I'd do it for 10 billion. CNS is automatic. If there is any carryover charge, it's minimal. No, we're sticking with Bella, Dill Pickle Man. Formerly Superman, formerly Weekly's MK. Okay, what if you had to choose one of the 3 cities of New York's capital region? Albany, Schenectady, or Troy? None of them? I hate hearing about FTDs. Why? Can we watch Upstart on the 15-minute? No, Carl. IBKR won't let me sell CCs against Fubo. because I don't have enough margin. I have 8,000 shares and $30 cash, but I can't even sell 1cc because I have no margin free. How does having to deposit money to sell covered calls? Love you. Okay, that doesn't sound like a real thing. And the order you're putting in is for naked calls, maybe? Oh, houseboat. Absolutely the houseboat. Ew. You don't need margin to sell a covered call. I don't know. I've heard of this issue coming up with someone else before too. FTDs don't lead to anything. That's just a fundamental misunderstanding of what FTDs are. They can lead to something, but they have to be excessively high, which they're really not and haven't been on GME since before January 2021. A little bit in March, some in June, and then a tiny, tiny bit in August. But FTDs on GME last year ramped up super hard into Jan 2021, which I'll now refer to as MOASS. Um, and then fell off, picked up a little in March, a little in June, and then after Ryan Cohen did a share offering, fell back off to almost nothing. No, the share price under $4 isn't important. They are not reporting them. No. I mean, they get obfuscated, but they'd still pop up somewhere. That's why I hate hearing about them. People get their hopes up and don't know what they're talking about. That's fair. I mean, large numbers of compounding FTDs do lead to price action, but you need a lot of them and you need a really high fail to volume ratio. And then, depending, that can be quickly resolved. Why are you referring to Jan 2021 as MOASS? It seems fitting. Also to trigger people like you, because it's fun. Do you think we'll hear from Rev Hearing this week? We could. I don't know. It depends on how long it takes them to make a decision. Any thoughts for DDS on OPEX? It's taken a beating for the last 2 days. Let's take a look at DDS. I haven't really been. I should be paying attention to it, but I haven't been. Yeah, if it falls back below 223, I'd probably buy some. It's really hard for them to drop the price on DDS. It takes a lot more work, so But it's coming down. I wouldn't buy it now. Has your opinion on GME changed though? No? Still holding it for the long term. No, no, no. MOASS hasn't happened yet. It will send the share price to the millions. Like I remember when it first started, when people were first like, this is going to millions of dollars a share. And I was like, that potentially that could happen, right? Like the math supports it. In a squeeze type scenario, if no one sells, right, no liquidity is produced, then the price would just keep going up until liquidity was found, right? But and so like on a theoretical level it works. But I was always like, but that's like a joke, right? And I didn't realize at the time that so many were very, very serious about it. What blows my mind is that they still are. Upsquart, negative beta. It's doing some stuff. Thoughts on Valero as the largest U.S. oil pumper and oil stocks not being overly expensive? I like Oxy. All right, I'll switch it up now. Venice Beach, 5 years. South Beach high rise for 3. No hurricanes will happen. Or New Haven, Connecticut, but you can only go to New York once each week. Venice Beach. That's not even hard. Upstart was the MOASS all along. No, just a different MOASS. $10K was a lot more reasonable, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, I was bullish on the idea of share lockup and, a squeeze being possible, but, then Cohen killed it. Is there still potential for a squeeze? I mean, as long as they short volatility, yeah. Right? Because if they're super short volatility at any point in the cycle and someone comes in and buys a bunch of GME, it's going to trigger another January like event, right? Like it's going to blow up their hedges and they're going to have to deal with like a Volgavana squeeze. Even with the reduction in risk, right? Like someone could still come in and buy, but it has to happen all at once, right? Like someone's got to come in and just buy like 50 million shares. LaGuardia or JFK guy? I mean, I don't care. They're both fine. Wherever I can get the flight when I want it. LaGuardia is a lot better after the remodel. I don't like Newark. I won't fly into Newark. You don't need to cover unless you have unsettled shares. Maybe you're doing like FIFO and you have shares that aren't settled yet. That might be why. Natty. If you bought shares like yesterday, and they're not settled, but you should be able to change it to like LIFO and then sell them. How long until Upstart busts? I don't know. It's bussin' right now. What's DN on Upstart? 3236. And gamma neutral is at 2907. Did you buy back your GME 30 CCs? Yeah, this morning. Ugh. Puts are so expensive on GME. The skew is ridiculous. The IV is lower on the weekly contract than it is on the leaps. Like, with that level of buying, though, how would you be able to stack the obligations fast enough? You'd almost have to execute options contracts in mass to force the squeeze. Yeah, I mean, and a big enough liquidity sink would also blow up their positions, right? They'll be buying the options contracts in mass, right? Because they have to hedge their volatility positions by buying contracts. And that's like when GME is the most volatile, that's when you see all the like end of the chain strikes, like the $1 and 237.50 leaps just skyrocket in OI because they're selling those to hedge down volatility, but then the market maker is hedging those as they buy them, which is driving up price. I didn't do anything yesterday but use my remaining cash to buy Revlon calls. I don't know. Call them and ask them. I don't understand why they would be blocking you. Unless, you had naked positions open or you were using your Fubo shares as margin for some other position. You can't double leverage your Fubo shares. How many calls do you have on Upstart? 210. The daily volume on the week for Upstart is average at best. Yeah, they're trying not to create more FTDs, right? So they don't want high volume. If they get high volume, they create FTDs because liquidity is low, right? So they want volume to stay in a very tight range, ideally. Even if it means letting the price rise, this is better than them creating more FTDs. They shorted the fuck out of it. None. When you first started trading after paper, did you start with a port over 25K? Yeah, I did. It was at 25K. Exactly. But I had PDT off. You still holding Docu Leaps? No. No, I sold those a while back. I was thinking about buying in like a position in Docu soon though. Volume picking up pretty hard. It's starting to squirt. Thoughts on when Upstart will pull back today? If the market dips. It hasn't crossed its flip point yet, so. Remember, volume accelerates into the flip point. So this is why they have to buy a lot of puts. Is because as the price moves up into the flip point, volume picks up because the market maker starts buying harder and harder into the hedge, right? So volume is going to increase over this period of time. And so it takes, the closer we are to the flip point, the more and more puts they have to buy to drive the price back down and revert the trend. So, the more they let it run close, the more risk they're at. Ideally, they want to keep it down at like 20, right? Way, way, way below the flip point. Because otherwise, then the market maker is really putting a lot of pressure on them to flip that hedge. And so, they've got to keep buying puts until they can reverse the trend. Then once they can, the market maker will start selling into the dropping price, right? Which accelerates the downside. But it's very expensive for them to reject it like that. Cost to borrow can drop from shares being returned other places too. Not just, it's like a market price, right? So, if they returned shares to Vanguard and Vanguard dropped their rate, then, IBKR or Fidelity could drop theirs to remain competitive with the rest of the lending market. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad I kept waiting on Docu. I was ready to buy it at 50. Is the flip point like a price magnet? Sort of, yeah. You could think of it that way. Gravitationally strong. But after it's tested, it changes, right? It becomes. Think of it like a magnet that flips polarity when you touch it. So, like, it's very attractive as you're moving up, right? But it pushes you away as you're moving down. Upstart's flip points at 25.30. This morning, it moves intraday, but you can only get the data in the morning. What kind of play is Docu? Buy and hold? Actually, they've been shorting volatility on it for a little while now, and obligations are starting to get bigger. So if Docu starts to have better looking projections in the next like 3 quarters, which it may not, but if it does, it'll start to apply pressure to those short vol positions. And if it does, it's going to start to run on like OPEC cycles. It already does a little bit, just not a lot. Not like GME does, right? But it's getting there. Terrarium just implies like my girlfriend. Yeah, exactly like your girlfriend, Mr. Gray Pubes. That's not where the terrarium game is at right now. It's all about the moss terrarium because okay, no one cares about the terrarium game, man. So correct me if I'm wrong, but Upstart is a pickles pick and becoming a billionaire gives me access, doesn't it? I think I've been missing out. I mean, yeah, it was a pickles pick a couple of weeks ago. I mean, I told everyone about it within like 2 days. But what are the strikes on your upstart calls? I have 30s, 35s, 40s, 50s, and 60s. Price target for entry on Docu? Should I tell people? I guess it doesn't matter. So I'm thinking like 40, 43, I'll start DCAing, and I'm pretty willing to buy all the way down to 39. Our favorite, you bought upstart calls a week ago when it was going down. Now that it's running, people want to start buying. Yeah. Speaking of Docu, have you seen Shift Search for it? Massive put skew in the orders today. Holy fuck. Yeah. They're shorting the shit out of it. It's, ultimately probably a good thing, but it takes a little while. Couldn't test the LIFO FIFO change. It was on FIFO because my deposit money came in as I changed it. Oh, you know what, Natty? Here's what you should do. Call IBKR. Call them up on the phone. Be like, hey, I want to sell some fucking covered calls. Fix your shit. Kenneth Wheeler, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, man.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin.
How do you decide how you DCA into a stock? Just periodically? I mean, yeah. Different, like when it hits different price levels to the downside, you can create like a planned spread over a predicted range of price action, right? So you could have like 20, 20, 20, 20, and 20, right? And then, and say you're targeting the lows in this range, and then you end up with a average price that's, well, like kind of right around here. Or you could be like, I'll put 20% of my capital in at this price, 50% more, or like, 150% more at this price, 150% more at this price. Says it's too late for upstart calls. How about buy rates? Is it too late? Upstart calls are still underpriced. You basically just told him there's no need to be a billionaire. I mean, you get the actual like DD and like supporting thesis and the charting and all that, but I mean, I'm not like super secretive with Pickles picks. Comparable companies to Fubo, but you have to watch the stream. So there's a caveat, right? I'm just starting to buy a ton of Upstart. I'm on board. Congrats on being really late. I would assume anybody asking where Moonwind is probably just Moonwind. because no one else cares. My concern on Docu is their ability to navigate their competitors out there through legislation. Many folks choosing alternatives to Docu. Yeah, trying to, but I think they're going to outmaneuver their competitors through legislation and snap up what already is their market share, right? But even more of it. So, they're just shutting the door behind them, though. I sold some now. First time I had a problem, it was easier to throw money at the situation versus actually talking to another human. My only human interaction is being behind the Wendy's dumpster. All right. I mean, I guess, yeah, that's a solution. Why does WeBull take forever to deposit my money? I haven't deposited money into WeBull in a really long time, but I'd imagine you're using ACH transfer instead of wire, like a pour. ACH has like a 3-day settlement period, 3 business days, right? 2 + 3. I mean, as a pigeon whale, I only wire transfer money. It's cooler. It sounds better, and you get a cool little slip from your bank if you go and do it in person. It also happens immediately. Like, you can get your funds unlocked instantaneously. Pickles Picks gives you time to think about it and see what other billionaires think about it. Yeah, that's true. Get some discussion time. Sometimes I'm really early on a lot of my plays, and there's plenty of time to like get in. But sometimes I'm right on time, and then there isn't. It just starts running the next day. Fubo's about to go nuts. Pat McAfee signing. He was just talking about their sportsbook again. Yeah, cool. I mean, I'm all about it. I have like 20,000 shares and like 500 leaps, so good for them. I think I read a DD about dams and flip points recently. Sort of. I mean, that DD is not really about the gamma flip point, but it's similar situations. Would you roll upstart CSPs or buy back and wait for a dip? Probably buy back and wait for a dip is safer. Got an email from payroll saying my healthcare coverage is ending due to termination. I was actually supposed to get a raise. Is this how I find out the company reconsidered the raise? Maybe. Although in some states, I think that would be illegal. They really don't want SPX at 3,600. No, they don't. Yeah, you could wire $200. Some banks let you do it for free. How come you stream on YouTube and not Twitch? I don't know. I have a Twitch channel because I'm not like a very good streamer. I should stream on both, but I just don't care. To your point on being impatient with leaps, I exited Upstart profitable, but way too early. Ah, yeah. I mean, you bought time. Why not use it? That's like, I'm trying to think of like a good comparison or like a good analogy. It's like leasing a vehicle and returning it after like 90 days. The one thing I like about Dillionaires is oftentimes there might be slippage on initial levels and targets. So it's nice to discuss slight tweaks. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, the market's always in motion. A prediction made on the market is only good at the exact moment it is predicted. They're not going to pause. No pause. They could do, they could scale back and do a 75 and a 75. No matter what, they're hitting an aggressive rate by 2023. Do you even set stops on leaps? I mean, rarely. Very rarely. But remember, Gen 23s aren't colloquially leaps anymore, right? Like when we're talking about leaps as options traders, we're generally talking about contracts with a lot of time to expiry, right? Like that's the colloquial meaning. January 2023s are a leap product. The contract being sold to you is a in fact a leap. It is a trademarked product by CBOE. But they're only 101 days to expiration, right? Um, so don't get that twisted up, especially now as we approach the January target. No, it's not 6 months or more. Leaps are specific contracts. They're opened in January, June, and December of each year. Equity leaps. And those expiration, yeah, those expirations are leaps. If you look at the spread on a leap, then divide the spread by the delta. That's the minimum it would have to dip to exit and re-enter at a better price, assuming you hit the mid both times. Yeah, that's correct. What do you think FOMC will show? Probably nothing, no change to the narrative. I don't think the UN is gonna pressure them into slowing down aggressive hikes. Upstart Gen 190's up 500%, guys. Congratulations, man. Do you think they did sensitivity tests today on those huge candles? Maybe. I mean, that was due to news coming out, but it's possible. If you had Upstart November out of the money calls, what would you use as a price target? I mean, you have them. I gave them already. I can post them in the. Where the fuck are they? So DN's at 32, GN's at 29, Vega neutral's at 33, Gamma Max is at 78.89. Did you sell any Upstart calls yet? No. But my shares are in the money now, which is cool. So I'm above cost basis finally. Why is Kat the only one at the party refusing to take any drugs and commenting that the music is too loud? I went against everything I believe in and bought weeklies on Cat this week, and it's gonna do exactly the thing that keeps me from buying weeklies on Cat, which is just sit on its fucking resistance for like 8 straight days. Fortunately, CPI is tomorrow, so. Do you think Rev announces anything tomorrow? They might. Not same like 0 DTE Lee, please. Yeah, I know about Nerve. Nerve's running. I told everyone it would, but they didn't open the options chain. So, If I can't get leveraged gains, I don't want them. I'm just gonna expose myself to infinite downside on the stock. That's disgusting. Replace Bobby Discord with Upstart? No. No, I don't think so. Patience is important. Yeah, no problem, man. Cat the OG Theta burner? Oh, yeah. Kirk's the most patient person I don't really know. I have a feeling the hearing is a formality hearing after they got that loan in June. It just looks like they have to do it, but they know what they're going to do. Yeah, I agree. But it could still not go in their favor. You can say all the bullish shit you want about it, right? But you know just as well as I do that the determination will be made tomorrow, and the odds of it moving in Revlon's favor are no better or worse due to our speculating on it. The decision will be made by us. I mean, it's like going to court with no jury, right? Like you're just putting it all on the judge, and you never know. Like you can make your best guess, but that judge could still fuck your whole case. Sir Upton is too good for the pores. Well, I gave away Bobby, and look how that turned out. Well, it is kind of an arbitration, right? Thanks, Dominic. Minutes are released at 2 p.m. No meeting. Meeting was last month. Those are different. Those are different shoals. Gary Gensler's twin. I mean, they did appeal the decision. That's why there's a hearing. You get away too early, though, so only the really convicted stayed in until it ran hard, or they FOMO'd in too late and became bag holders. I mean, that's every play. People who just bought into Upstart in tatters after 12 consecutive red candles, they'll never financially recover. That's the problem. New highs for the SPY 2025, 26. Fuck is this? Bro. Oh my god, we're so close to total capitulation. Oh, I fucking like that. Hmm. Total capitulation, the sequel to Total Recall. It has nothing to do with Upstart. MSM releasing articles on trading CPI by getting straddles. Super sus about getting my SPX straddle now. Or do you think the market's just gonna stay flat? Capitulations, no breathing. Don't give a fuck if my port's still bleeding. uh, it didn't let me sell CCs again. Was getting the phone number ready to call, and the red candles started to come, and all of a sudden allowed me to sell them. Crime. Atomic has proof. Why don't you just call them and find out why they're doing that? They're so easy to talk to if you have more than like $5,000 in your account. They're very helpful. And then I don't have to hear about it, more importantly. Because IBKR doesn't, interestingly enough, pay me for technical support. And considering I've already given them like $200 today, I don't want to give them my time on top of it. To be honest, Upstart near 20. Any reason not to buy it as a long-term hold? Probably not. No. I mean, I did. Kind of. Near-term volatility would be the answer to that. Do you still use PMCCs even though you're not a poor man? Yes. I don't have proof. Natty got out the sock puppets again. Fair enough. Top 3 classic 90s movies in no particular order. Mine are Heat, Reservoir Dogs, and Point Break. Mine are Heat. I agree with. Bonfire of the Vanities. And Money Pit. Because those are the only 3 90s movies I can think of right now. No, not Casino. Did you see my brother's statement today on electronic record keeping? I don't care what the SEC has to say about things. Do you think with paper trading alone, you could get the knowledge needed with options? Yes. At least the feel on how they work. Absolutely. No, I hate the Mario movie. Page Master was pretty dope. Was Austin Powers the 90s though? I feel like it came. I feel like that was early 2000s. No, my house is. I'm pretty fastidious about keeping my apartment clean. Yeah, there's a bunch of books that I tell people they should read. They're on the subreddit and the wiki. Nice word. Thanks, man. How are your Roombas? Busy. It's not because I have a maid. I don't have a maid. I have a cleaning service. And they're only used quarterly. Just for the deep clean. Thanks, Buckled Up Jen. Everyone say hi to Buckled Up Jen, not Stefan. OPEX cleaning service. Have you considered getting one of those scorpion chairs? Many times. Most of the trading on SPX is institutions. The OI is not as crazy as the SPY, but positionally the money is far larger. Why not trade in an inversion chair like a real man? You know what, Dork? Don't tempt me. I hope so, upper market carcass. I hope so. I think you should stream while sitting on a hoppity hop. Is that like the Pilates ball with handles? I've only ever seen one of those in real life, and it was a boy. No, I tried that last time, Carl, and you scratched my anus with your beard. When will you look to roll Upstart November calls? After OPEX? Yeah, sure, that sounds good. If JFresh is right about Revlon, I'll go back to school. Wait, Bullberry, is that just so you can get student loans and invest more money? Can we hear the story of how you met the quants? I don't remember. Now is a good time to tell him that I bought a 35C Leap on Revlon. Wait, did you take a screenshot of it and post it in the Revlon Discord? Guys, I put horns on the cat last night. I forgot to tell everyone. You beautiful bitch. Is it just exploding over there? I love it. Now Revlon can go to 0. Finally. Have you ever been noticed in public? Not with my knowledge. Will we ever be able to trade in VR? I need to see my port in 3 dimensions. I mean, I can just do that for you right here. If you'd prefer. Is the third dimension the one that goes up? What's the biggest profit you've ever gotten on a contract you bought for under $100? Like 600x. JFresh said you should be a salesman because you can sell bankrupt companies to anyone. I mean, if Revlon's hiring. Alright, you don't dare fucking slander her name. You change your name back. Thank you for timing him out, Carl. Caffeine. Update, lost the house. Shit. Might get a bank loan and YOLO into Rev. That sounds dumb. What convinced JFresh? Because Friday he was the biggest bear. Last night I brushed him. Gave him some treats. And whispered bullish things into his ear. Late enough at night that I knew that he would remember it while in his REM cycle. Carl, stop timing everyone out. Upsquirt done for the day? Maybe. Better question, market done for the day? Also maybe. Carl, do you hate that you can't time out the other mods? No, numbers are not bullish at all. I'm gonna call with IBKR. There you go. You can do it. Everybody cheer Natty on. Clap them cheeks, Natty. Fuck 'em. Heading to Long Island City for a wedding. Any recommendations were to eat? Stay somewhere else that's not Long Island City. Eat. Oh, what's the name of that place? It's not king, right? No, that's not it. I'm trying to remember the name of this place I go to. I think it's on 32nd Avenue? No. Is it? Something Taverna, but I can never remember the fucking name of it. Yeah, this is it. It's Amelos Taverna. I think. That place is pretty good. There's another place that I go to that has like Cypriot food. I can never remember the names of them because I never go over there anymore. I'll have to look it up later. 'Deep in the money QQQQ put volume. Isn't that a bullish hedge? Could be, yeah. That's not a lot of money though, so it's probably just like a retail bet or a small fund. Are we able to see internalization for Upstart? It's pretty high. It's a lot higher than GME. Today's at 52, but generally their trend is like in the upper like 60s. So their moving average normalized is 72.1. I think Jimmy's is like 62. "20 minutes till FOMC speaks." No, they're just releasing the minutes from their last meeting. No speech. I think one of the Fed presidents has a speech later today. No, that's not it. Damn it. It's gonna drive me insane. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna stop looking for Greek restaurants. Maybe they closed. When wheeling, it's dumb to just sell at the money. In a bear market, yeah. Are you watching Champions League? I don't know what that is. I don't think they understood what I was saying. I'm sure they did. They'll probably put you on the phone with like one of the options account people. First time listener here. Are you bullish on Rev? I mean, yeah. Yeah, I own it. What's up, A Spook? Thanks for being all around. Yeah, no problem, man. You too. Good to see you, man. I would assume the minutes you would probably be pretty bearish from last month. No? I mean, yeah, they're not bearish or bullish, right? They're just in line with like what the Fed's been saying for the last month. I think Oxy's a good buy right now with OPEC announcing production cutbacks. Yeah, I do. It's like a buy and hold though. So, I mean, or you can play the short term on it. It's profitable. But buying and holding it would probably be a really good idea. Nice, little orphan Danny. Do you want to tell everybody that it went from $5 just like $5 to $10 or 5 cents to 10 cents a contract? I'm dead. Guy at work just that buys scratch offs just told me that trading is just gambling. Safer to keep cash at a bank. Oh Jesus. Just next time you hit it big on like an option, print out a screenshot of it, right? And then be like, well, like the next time he has a birthday or something, buy him like a stack of scratch offs and be like, I was gonna give you this, but you told me trading was gambling, so good luck, man. And then hand him the scratch offs. I'm down to my last 30K and the condo outright. That's 500K. Should I sell it and dump it all into Rev or go work behind a Wendy's? Definitely the Wendy's. Any MMTLP fans here? I mean, there's people here that have bag held it for the last year. I wouldn't call them fans. Jan 35, same like scratch offs. You know, still better odds. He keeps asking to see my account. It's getting annoying at this point. Ugh, cringy. Do you see Upstart going back to 20 in the short term, or did we miss that boat? You might have missed it. It's not dropping as hard as it was on the downside of the market. They're running out of the good stuff. I don't know if Zom's inversing the market, given that the market's basically just flat today. Why is Dole just frozen? Because it's super boring and pays a 4% dividend. I give you this amazing analysis of Dole as a long-term investment, Trina. And 3 days later you're asking me why it's not moving. I'm I'm not. I should be offended. There's something in your inbox. Dick pics? Oh, just charts. Um, yeah, that looks nice. What's Dole? It's a company that sells pineapples in cans. It's okay, Trina. You just have to be patient. Yeah, I think Dole's still above the entry point. I haven't bought any yet. Dementia. Nice try. Hey Gerg, thanks for the Upstart play. Also, don't forget to smash that like button. Yeah, don't forget to do that. Whiskey Dave. And no problem, man. No, not Bob Dole. Dole's no, not no one said squeeze. Yeah, I've read up on Avia. I don't like it. Oh, Jesus Christ. No, it's not a fucking squeeze play. Good idea to straddle the SPX for minutes. I guess you could if you want to. Probably not a great idea. Like, I don't think it's gonna be as profitable as CPI. You're just paying like priced premiums. It's not worth it. Sup, Gurk? I hope your day is going well with the CPI data tomorrow. There's no chance we get any violent sideways movement like today. If data's not terrible, market will rip. Yeah, it will. Oh, Jesus Christ. You look like somebody who loved Corn and Limp Biscuit back in the day. No, neither of those. They did not speak to my youthful angst. If minutes are bullish and SPY rockets, you think Upstart will push for 30 end of week? Also, AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. Possibly. Welcome to the pickle jar, where every upside move is a squeeze and every red candle spells financial ruin. It's amazing how many people just have no desire to be bearish ever. For reals, did you have a dull target at $9 to $10 in 6 months? No? No, I don't like Deftones either. He was all about Nickelback. No. Being bearish is an expensive habit these days. It's true. I don't know who that is. Is there a time in your day when you stop or significantly scale back SPX0 DTs? Yeah. If Upstart stays above 20, what's the next good strike for selling CSPs around 24? In this higher range? I don't know yet. Probably still 20. They're just worth less. I haven't taken a position in Dole yet because it hasn't hit my target price range. Was deep into NSYNC. Bro. Need to put in a stop loss on Upstart. Does 23.50 seem about right? I have no idea what your cost basis or anything is. What is Dole? They're a company, a food company. Look at the millennials coming out of the woodwork. But do you concur? Bought at 21, thanks. I mean, I guess. If you want to preserve profits. You've got a good cost basis. I don't know what you're worried about. Tomorrow, we hit a new 52-week low on SPX. I mean, we could. Gherkin's for sure a Nelly fan. Hmm. I mean, only country grammar. Tarude Sandstorm. Does the SPX taste like Marmite? No, nothing tastes that bad. Taking off was your shirt wasn't a tribute to hot in here? No, I was just hot. My skin had flushed because my options port had exploded. Also, I had some vitamin B12 and B6 that day. Starter, main, and dessert choice. Eggplant parmesan followed by eggplant parmesan with a side of eggplant parmesan. But I have to make it because I can't let someone else do it. FOMC minutes? Yeah, they're out. Not a lot. Spy barely moving. I mean, they don't really say a lot, right? I already said they're not going to say anything different than the Fed's been saying all along. Do you mind? Yeah, I can pull them up. Recent indicators point to modest growth in spending. Oh, wait, no, this is the wrong date. All right, no, this is the right one. Oh, this is the actual minutes? I don't want to read that. And the unemployment rate has remained low. Inflation remains elevated, reflecting supply and demand imbalances related to the pandemic, higher food and energy prices, and broader price pressures. Russia's war against Ukraine is causing tremendous human and economic hardship. The war and related events are creating additional upward pressure on inflation or weighing on global economic activity. The committee is highly attentive to inflation risks. The committee seeks to achieve maximum employment and inflation at the rate of 2% over the longer run. In support of these goals, the committee decided to raise the target range for a federal funds rate from 3 to 3.25% and anticipates that ongoing increases. It's for current federal funds rate is at 3.08. To anticipates that ongoing increases in the target range will be appropriate. In addition, the committee will continue reducing its holding of Treasury securities and agency debt and agency backed mortgage securities. As described in the plans for reducing the size of the Federal Reserve's balance sheet that were issued in May, the committee is strongly committed to returning inflation to its 2% objective. In assessing the appropriate stance of monetary policy, the committee will continue to monitor the implications of incoming information for the economic outlook. The committee would be prepared to adjust the stance of monetary policy as appropriate if risks emerge that could impede the attainment of the committee's goals. The committee's assessment will take into account a wide range of information, including readings on public health, labor market conditions, inflation pressures, and inflation expectations, and man, how many times do they use "and" here without a sentence break? And financial and international developments. Voting for the monetary policy action were Jerome H. Powell, Chair, John C. Williams, Vice Chair, Michael S. Barr, Michelle W. Bowman, Lael Brainard, James Bullard, Susan M. Collins, Lisa D. Cook, and Esther L. George, Philip N. Jefferson, Loretta J. Mester, and Christopher J. Waller. Those are already in effect. Blah, blah, blah. That's it. Yeah. No, that's this one. Yeah, it's the same. I mean, I told you guys it's the same. Unless they change something, it's because it's last month's minutes, right? It's the September meetings minutes. And they've already discussed their intention and implemented their plans for September, right? Well, I mean, eggplant parm and chicken parm are totally different flavor profiles. One just tastes like cheese, sauce, and chicken. The other tastes like tears from the Lady VWAP. Tesla triple top. What time frame? Ascending wedge. Kind of drawn out, but it's there. This is not bullish, though. Not really bullish. It could turn bullish if it forms like another smaller one. So if it forms like another little one like that inside it, then it can turn bullish. But right now it's kind of just nothing. Flat, uninteresting. I shallow fry the slices. And I can do it both ways. Sometimes I peel it, sometimes I don't. My TQQQ and SQQQ are both green. It's almost like they're two completely separate equities. Italian or Sicilian eggplant? You gotta find the ones with the tiny buttholes because they have less seeds. I didn't know there was a difference between the two types of eggplant. I've seen Japanese eggplant and the weird white ones. But I think those are just not ripe eggplant. And you can't really take the seeds out of it. You just get you get ones with very few seeds, or you try to. Now they're both red. Congratulations. Do you know you can soak the eggplant with salt overnight and it won't absorb any oil while cooking? Like brine it? Yeah, I know. But the problem is when you do that, it's too salty. It makes the whole dish super salty. So it's better to use like a really light oil that doesn't have an intense flavor. And to make sure that your oil is hot when you put your eggplant in. Trying to make spaghetti squash this weekend. Have you ever made it? If so, any tips? Yeah. Cook up like a bolognese and just fill it and put some shit on top and then just bake it. And when it comes out of the oven, scoop out all the insides and eat them. Lots and lots of Parmigiano Reggiano. It's fantastic. Leidenfrost oil is the best. Like putting water in a hot pan. You could do like a ragu. It just takes longer to make. I've done it. I've done spaghetti squash with like roasted garlic, broccoli rabe, and sausage, like fennel sausage. That's really good. Um, it's here's the deal with spaghetti squash. It's just worse than spaghetti. It's like bad spaghetti. Like if your spaghetti was accidentally a vegetable. No, not the fucking no a ragu, not ragu. Ragu is disgusting. It's and never eat any tomato based sauce that includes paste or sugar. Favorite Persian dish? Tadig and kubata. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I've never had good eggplant parm at a restaurant in my life. But when I make it, it's phenomenal. So I understand the dislike of it. You cook it down, you reduce. You don't need tomato paste. It's disgusting. I try not to go to pizzerias that put sugar on their fucking pizza. That's nasty. And you can taste it. I thought centaurs ate leaves from small trees and stuff, like a giraffe. Their upper part is human. Why would they eat leaves? They can't graze. Not that I would know, but no, you don't need to put any fucking sugar in your tomato sauce to cut the acidity. The acidity's supposed to be there. Oh, I'm gonna get mad. I'm gonna get real mad. And people from the Midwest trying to tell me how to make pizza sauce. Shut the fuck up. You're all wrong. You don't put sugar in your fucking tomato sauce. It's foul. Basil, garlic, oregano even, if you want, but never sugar. No, not corn syrup either. It's like, you know what I really want? I want this acidic sauce to not taste acidic. If you have cat 21 175C, would you close it and take profit today? Probably. Yeah, I probably would. Thank God, moving forward blindly. Just put ketchup on her noodles, dog. Boom, authentic Italian. My father-in-law's Italian, and he adds a teaspoon of sugar. Now I do too. Yeah, Italy has Hicks too. We're not the only country with, a population of Hicks. Or troglodytes. I'm sorry, but, I'm calling him out. Are you not tempted to buy more Rev at these prices? I have a buy order in for 35s at 25 cents. I'm from Brooklyn, dog, and I know a bunch of greaseballs that put a little sugar in their tomato sauce. Yeah, so do I. Has anyone ever seen your face and calf in the same picture? No. Do me a solid and cancel your insanely large buy order so my calls can go through? I don't think so. If you want some sugar in there, add some red wine instead when you're sweating the onions. You could, but you know, that's more of like you're gonna go for like a meat-based sauce, right? I don't need to prove I have calves. Let's not get into centaur anatomy again. This never goes well. Do you ever feel like someone is watching you? No. Today we had Employee Appreciation Day and had spaghetti, and now I have indigestion. Why didn't they appreciate their employees by paying them more money? I wouldn't work at a company that gave me food as a form of appreciation. That's not appreciation. That's called the bare minimum. They're just trying to carbo load you so you do more work tomorrow. Is the ability to short beyond belief for Jimmy start again tomorrow? Like next week? You seeing any catalysts on the horizon? A market bounce? Thanks for beating sales by 300%. Everyone gets a $5 Starbucks gift card. What time is the Rev hearing? No idea, and it doesn't matter. Welcome to Q4. You know what? That's the coolest thing about working in finance is if you're appreciated, they give you more money. Everything's about money, right? Like I've worked in jobs outside of finance and they don't seem to be about the money. Like they expect you to like come in and like love the company or care about what they do. That's horseshit. It's all about the money. After genuinely arguing with the staff member that kept contradicting himself, telling me I'm not understanding, just for me to solve my issue myself by Googling while chatting. I was PDT. All I had to do was reset it since I have over 25K, and now it's all fine. There you go. Nice. Well, now it's fixed. Although I don't understand how you were a PDT and why they didn't warn you that you were a PDT, but I'm not going to get into that. I thought we were waiting on the outcome of the hearing. Yeah, but they have 45 days to announce the outcome of the hearing. They could announce it right away, at which point, you know, we'll know. That's also the problem of finance, is they expect you to break your back because of the money. Yeah. But you do it because that means more money. There's no bullshit there. It's just, do you want more money or don't you? If you want to work less, you can make less money. If XRT was pushed today because of the bank holiday, which is still kind of up for debate, when would the process be completed? I mean, it would have just started this morning and continue on until XRT is removed from Reg Show whenever that happens. You don't actually carry the money in finance. I don't see how you break your back. I mean, you could fall down at a strip club. It's pretty hazardous, actually. The floors are usually really smooth because it makes them easier to clean. But then, you know, one guy spills their martini and all of a sudden you're not walking anymore, right? Fucking dangerous job, man. It's like deadliest catch. Only if people are drinking gin martinis. Let's be honest, though. No one really drinks gin martinis. That's not necessarily sustainable. Like, here's all the money, but you're working 80 hours a week for the next 5 years. Then you have a mental breakdown and quit. It's rough. It's easy. Just don't have a mental breakdown. Don't be a bitch. I worked like 90 hours a week in finance, and I work 100 hours a week on my own. I'm fine. Get your shit together. I didn't confuse Tanqueray for gin, don't worry. What's the SEC fine for a spilled martini at a club? It's self-reported, so you don't have to worry about it unless someone tattles. Some say if you do what you love, you never work a day in your life. Could be true. Hey, Jimmy's breaking VWAP again, guys. The market wants so badly to be bullish, but the puts. Yeah, but you retire when you're like 40. And you always had the best possible health care, so you live well into your 80s. And the cocaine keeps you thin. It's great. Fubo gonna take out 4? Might. Well, you know how I'm not even looking at Fubo's price. I'm just waiting until Daddy says, fuck, all my covered calls are in the money. Then I'll sell covered calls. That's on UK pension funds repositioning or big buys blowing off reg show via the CPI liquidity. Tomorrow we're going to see some movement, huh? One way or another. I mean, if you hit retirement by 40 working in finance and you had all of your money in like index exposed assets, you're just an idiot. So yeah, you got to go back to work at that point. No, I'll never. Why would I retire? That sounds boring. Or just sit around all day and do nothing. Can you trade options in the pre-market? Depends on what. On some things. Working the amount of hours you do is unsustainable. I don't agree. I know it has its drawbacks and its benefits, but I don't think the amount of hours I work is unsustainable. It doesn't bother me at all. We're worried. You never come around the dumpster anymore. That's not true. What size bed do you sleep in? King? I think it's a king. It's a California king. It's definitely sustainable if you don't have a wife or children. I used to do similar. It kind of becomes your whole life, and it's fun and cool to see the results. Yeah, I like it. Alaskan king? That's just ridiculous. For what? Are you do you have like sister wives? Like what do you need that much bed space? Then I had a wife and kid. Yeah, that's fair. Of course, you know, you could just do what other successful people with wives and children do and ignore them. What's up, titty titty bang bang? Wife, same like second revenue stream. More wives, bigger port. I can't imagine having a wife or girlfriend right now. If I told her I was putting 5K into a bankrupt company that has a delisting hearing tomorrow, it probably wouldn't go well. I mean, with a wife, no, because you've signed a contractual agreement to split your money with someone because you liked having sex with them. A girlfriend, you can just be like, hey, I'm YOLOing my port into this bankrupt company. And then if she's like, no, you can't do that, you can be like, fuck you. We're not married. See, that's why you don't get married. The real work is the analysis for those trades, but that's after the stream. I don't do that live. My wife and I are actually in the market for a concubine. Any gender? Oh, do I need to move my shit out? Fuck. Just at my company-wide town hall, they're ending 401k match program, instituting a mandatory 5-day unpaid leave during December, offered voluntary reduced salary, etc. The world is burning. Voluntary reduced salary? I bet everyone's chomping at the bit to give them the charity. Jesus Christ. Imagine owning a company and chucking that one at your employees. Whose fucking bright idea was that? Yeah, Alaskan King's a real thing. You have Eastern King, California King, Alaskan King. I think there's another one, Super King. Members only live analysis stream. Please, Gurk. Fuck no. You kidding me? Cute. When I get paid on performance, I'll think about it. The SPY follow SPX. I mean, it's an ETF that tracks the SPX, so yeah. That's on FOMC. I mean, it didn't say anything that we weren't expecting to see. But that's good, right? Technically. No change is better than unexpected change. You can call me out, but 40% of my port is CC'd out. And half of them are out of the money. The other 60% is for holding, just in case we do run ooh no Bobby 2.0. All right. As long as you're learning. High risk derivatives trader on speculative assets. Same like mortgage application. I have a cluffed mattress. Cluffed. It's made from silk. Although I've never felt that because I keep a mattress cover on it. So I don't know why it's made from silk, but it is. I spend 10% of my day in it, so I wanted a good one. Joey Gumball and Zach Morris just tweeted about Fubo. I don't know who those fucking people are, but cool. Good for them. I was first. $10%? Are you sure it's that high? I mean, it depends on the day. Like Zach Morris from Saved by the Bell? Or is there another Zach Morris? I'll be happy to sell some pump and dumpers, some calls. Zachary Tyler Thomas. Yeah, they have a delisting hearing tomorrow. Does the Rev options chain have expensive or reasonably priced calls or puts? I think they're sort of even right now. They're all pump and dumpers. It doesn't matter. Yeah, Screech died. He did a porno and then he died. Wake me up when Kelly Kapowski tweets about it. Dustin Diamond's dead. No, I'm not going to go to the delisting hearing. Childhood crush, Tiffany Amber Thiessen or Sarah Michelle Gellar? Definitely Tiffany Amber Thiessen. What? What's the issue with it? There's a big fat stack of puts, making sure that it doesn't break the hedge. Calls on puts 22. Mod should go to the delisting hearing, like when SS went to the shareholder meeting. Dear God, no. I'm not letting Carl go anywhere in public. At least not under Pfi's banner. Now, if Carl wants to go on his own and then stop by my apartment and let me know what happened, that'd be cool. If Fubo hits $4 today in open hours, I'll become a pigeon whale. How close is it? You might get your wish. Today is such a tease. I mean, there's just like a big fat put wall. There's like there's negative gamma at 3,600 and 3,650. We're not moving up till CPI prints. If CPI prints, these will dump, right? And then we'll rock it. Or they'll double down. That was like the second thing we talked about this morning. I have a Cow King, however, my wife, who's half my size, takes up 2/3 of it. That's what she said. Is Bobby getting ready for a little rip? I don't know. Maybe? My initial instinct is to say who cares? Where is it? Yeah, it's doing a little up. Congratulations on all you guys who are underwater at 550. You're so close. You have the Greeks for Upstart? Yeah. Which one? Do you want all of them? DN's at 32, GN's at 29, GM's at 78, and VN's at 33. Fubo's Gamma Max, $7.61. Delta Neutral at 510. Do you have Greeks for Tesla? I don't think I have them for today. I have yesterday's, which probably haven't changed much, but let me see. I might have them. Oh, I do have them. DN's at 251, GN's at 248, Gamma Max is at 348, and Vega Neutral is at 212. So Tesla about to tap Vega Neutral if it hasn't already. It's really close. I think it might have actually tapped it. Yeah, it did. Ooh. It seems like it should be a big deal. Why does Sava still look ripe? I don't know. I've been shorting Sava for like 2 weeks now. I don't think it looks ripe at all. It's still volatile. It's above the hedge flip. So remember, the price action is more stable. So it looks more enticing. Because the market maker's buying into falling price action, but selling into rising price action. Do you think knowing the Greeks on a stock matter much if you're trading the volumetric support resistance on intraday ranges? Not really unless you're close to them. Missed out on most of the stream today. I went to the Bronx Zoo to see Adam Aaron's mom. Did anyone buy Rev 35C at 0.30? I got a couple at 0.25. Are you selling some out of the money CCs on Upstart? Maybe. I don't have any out right now, but it's kind of risky with CPI tomorrow. So CPI 7.982. No one, they don't care about the actual rate. They care about core. Actual rate's probably going to be stagnant. Core is what they're worried about going up. So if core at 6.4 or less, bullish. Even core at 6.5 or 6.6 could be bullish. Frankly, puts are too expensive. CPI's at 8:30 a.m. Core to 10, market crash. The direction isn't reliably predictable no matter what the news is. One reason why you've preached the straddle, I'm sure. Yeah, obviously. Well, I mean, we don't know what the move is. The direction's actually pretty reliable if you know what the move is. You just don't know what the move is. So we have no idea what CPI is going to print, right? And so you can't pick a direction. If you knew what it was going to print, you could, but then everyone else would also know and it would have already had its effect. Is Upstart more risky than Bobby before it's run? No, I mean, it's a better investment than Bobby was. Like, they're a better company. They have better margins. They have better revenue streams. They have less debt. They're a better run, and insider ownership is quite high. They're also, they do have a share buyback on the table. I don't think they have all of it left. I think they have like 250 million left. Do you know if the CFO of Upstart has a balcony? No, I don't. But if you want to find out where he lives, we could put a big like inflatable balloon below it, like one of those like stuntman bags, and you know that way we're prepared. Morbid, yeah. The SEC would legitimately go after you if you put a balloon below someone's balcony. How do you hedge calls on Upstart for CPI tomorrow? I'm not. Thoughts on the strat? Do you know it? Sounds like bullshit. I had to take a long phone call. I missed my exits for Upstart. Down 14% on some, but 20% on others. Thoughts on holding weeklies overnight. Wanted to get out quick. Longer dated calls are green. I mean, holding weeklies overnight's obviously really risky. It could turn out in your favor, which would be great, but it may not. Hey, Gurk, I'm on TLP greater than Rev Fubo. I mean, Fubo hasn't done anything yet, so I don't see how you would know yet. But Fubo, well, I mean, Fubo went up like 100% in August. Or $4. Is MMTLP even worth $4? I'll look. Oh shit, $5.50. So $3 before Fubo's August high. Not bad. Not bad. Not greater, but not bad. It's only it's only $6 less than Revlon hit. Awkward. Is math difficult for you or just numerical value assessment? Team Hippopotamus? Feel free to tell me. Oh, 634. Okay, whatever. Still lower. Also, nobody's had to hold that bag for a year and a half. People have only owned Revlon for like a couple months. 640 so far. Everyone's gonna get rug pulled so fucking hard on it. I'm convinced that 99% of the people who use the term seller box have absolutely no idea what it even means. They don't. I'm not wrong. How am I wrong? I never bought MMTLP. How does that make me wrong? I didn't want to buy it? Caterpillar went up $20 this week. It's worth more than MMTLP. Its entire gain was 4x what MMTLP is worth. I don't think I'm wrong. Just didn't want to own it because I think it's a big pile of shit. Piles of shit are frequently worth more than they're actually worth all the time. It's amazing what you can do with them when you put a bow on them or put them in a fancy box. What up, Gurk? What's up, VWasp? How you doing? Just let them have their win. I don't care if they're winning, though. Like, good for them. I'm happy for them. I'm glad they're finally making some money on it. That's nice. But I don't understand the animosity. What, because I didn't want to buy it or promote it? Because I didn't think it was a very good investment? I still don't. Regardless of if it goes up or not, the risk is too high. Yeah, and it doesn't have an options chain. You were wrong about falling in love with me. No, I wasn't. Anyone pumping MMTLP now after last year is probably chasing FOMO. What's going on with MMTLP is like a financial experiment. I own it, happy with it. Bearish thesis is sound, it's risky. Yeah. They shouldn't expect you to pump their stocks, which they frequently do. $21? It's 21 or 14. It's worded weird. You could have probably said it better. Yeah, it's just word. That's not a good riddle. Just having ambiguous wording is not. That's just poor use of the English language. Power hour?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
What about more Google? My next, so I have Google at 97 right now. My next DCA is 9076, I think, and then 80 something, 85. I want to say like it's like 85 67, but I can't remember. I have it written down somewhere. So those are my downside targets. Twice I put upstart gains into SPY when it was testing resistance and got wrecked twice. Yeah, the 3600 level is probably not going to break today, which is annoying, but is what it is. Where are we on weekend pigeon whale streams? I don't know. Do people even want that? Is Google any good for cover calls? It's decent, yeah. E-bikes in New York City, you getting one? Probably not. Upstart about to rocket. No, it's not. It'll only push up with market pressure. What this weekend stream every day? Oh. I mean, don't we already do that? I'm surprised Rev didn't drop lower today because of tomorrow's delisting hearing. Looks like those who own it are honestly willing to take their gamble. I think so. I mean, our interests are aligned with the guy who owns all of it, right? When do I think what can hit what, J Money? Google? Oh, it could be a little while. Early next year, maybe even. If I'm in long plays, what would be a good hedge to the downside for tonight? Like, I don't know, like SPX puts at the money. What can we look at overall tonight that will give us some insight into what direction the market may move tomorrow? Nothing. The CPI data at 8:30 a.m. Welcome to market earnings. When macro data matters. It's just like a giant market-wide earnings call. You have no idea what's going to happen, but you're hopeful. When do you think Rev could hit 3 some number? It's already above 3. CPI straddle then? I mean, that's what I'm doing, yeah. I already have calls from yesterday at 3,600. So, more likely like a strangle. Unless we move back up to 3,600 by the end of the day. In which case, I'll get a straddle. Otherwise, I'll just try to strangle it, like near the money. If we shit the bed on CPI, where would you expect UVXY to hit? UVXY is like over short right now. It's kind of underperforming VIX. I would just buy puts on VIX. They're better. Or calls on VIX, rather. I already rotated my UVXY position to VIX because it was just bogged down with shorts. Have you ever had a personal trainer before? Sort of. I'm pure gambling with Rev. I'm not gonna lie. I know big names can go down, but after all the sound analysis, my tipping point is the name. Like Gurk once said, it makes me feel alive. It's true. It's exciting. I'm all about it. Win or lose. What did DFV say? If some of the companies you bet on don't go bankrupt, you aren't doing it right? Paraphrasing, but it seems accurate. Spy straddles for overnight need 5 to 7 DTE, right? They don't need 5 to 7 DTE, but it is better to have a few days to expiration. The reason being, you don't want the overnight theta because you're double leveraging, right? You have a put and a call, and you don't want the overnight theta to eat up your position. But CERN was never going bankrupt. They were just being bought. You just need to hunt down Larry Ellison and beat your money out of him, Popcorn Trader. I think that's your best bet. Huzzah, titty titty bang bang. Thoughts on waiting until tomorrow morning, pre-market, buying SPX instead of buying tonight? Yeah, you could. I mean, I don't know how much difference it'll make. Larry Ellison's the CEO of Oracle. Or chairman of the board and CTO, I guess. I'm not sure if he's the CEO. I think he's the CTO and chairman of the board. He's the one that wanted healthcare exposure so fucking badly that he bought CERN at like 3x its market value. Great for people who are long CERN. I've been too busy at work to comment, but I'm not happy with Team Hippo making MMTLP bag holders like me look bad. You guys can take it up with each other. An emotional reward of Revlon kicking up will be great and remind me I'm a gambler. If Rev tanks, well, I'll definitely know I was gambling. Good to degen consciously instead of unconsciously later. Yeah, right? I get it. People are making money and they're bullish, but you don't have to be a prick. Do you think holding 1021 cc's is risky with possible good CPI numbers? For GME, it depends on how far out of the money you are. I was not long CERN. I kept getting bamboozled by the oracles of Delphi. Fixed calls to hedge long positions, or are they overpriced? Overpriced. You're better off just getting like puts on an index. Who would get hit hardest? Probably S&P, honestly. Maybe IWM could drop a little bit harder. It's more volatile, so but your position gets eaten up by theta overnight. So you need an even bigger move for it to print. That's why you want the theta. It's not so you're buying two 1 DTEs, right? Because you're buying a put and a call, right? So, that's a 2x loss on theta overnight. I'm buying 0 DT tomorrow, not 1 DT tonight. Like in the pre-market? Yeah, I don't like it. I'd prefer to be in tonight before any like short-term volatility takes place going into the CPI numbers. Because if the market upshifts, right? So say the market upshifts in the morning, you're going to miss out on this. Like if you buy it tonight and it's trading flat into close, you're positioning here. But if the market upshifts going into the CPI data, then you're trying to straddle like the top of it. And if it keeps going up, like you've just paid more and you've missed out on all the potential. on something that is likely, very likely to burn its opposite leg, right? I'm only selling CCs and CSPs on GME. I'm ready for more challenging things. Am I ready for more challenging things? I mean, I don't know. Are you? Thoughts on CPI and core print tomorrow? In your opinion, higher or lower than 8.5 with a +4 core? I think core is going to pull back. And I honestly don't think we're going to see a big bump in actual, like actual CPI. So I think more likely we see like 8.3, 8.4 maybe, but I don't think we'll see. I really don't think we'll see another bump in year over year. I think we could trend down or stay relatively flat. And then I think core we're looking at either a continuation of the move up, or we're gonna stay flat or down, but all within like 0.1 or 2 points. So yeah, so I would say 6.1 to 6.6 is possible, but I would say 6.3 to 6.1 more likely. Just because like the bump last month was kind of an aberration, and I don't think we're gonna see that rate of growth continue, not immediately. Don't forget that like in the 5-month rolling period, PPI was dropping massively at that time. So I think consumer costs were down for September. I think they'll go back up into the beginning of next year, but I wonder if there's a bullish bias on that. Maybe a little bit. I mean, I know what happens if we hit like 6.5 or 6.6. It'll be really bad. Cat pretty strong to stay up compared to SPY. If CPI data comes in bearish, I don't think Cat really gives a shit about CPI data. Not much. Their business really isn't built on the back of, consumer pricing. And remember, increased inflation, at least initially, and there's a couple of factors, right? Increased inflation initially raises the price of equities. Second of all, increased inflation isn't going to make the Fed more hawkish than they already are, right? So really the only thing I think that can come out of the upside that's going to drastically, or that can come out of it that will drastically change current market trends is a negative print, right? Can they internalize infinitely? I mean, sort of, but they don't, right? Like, they just bleed it out. It's constantly rotating in and out. You don't want to, because then you just end up losing money on the arbitrage. I've been hearing many experts saying all markets are short-term to short negative, and all we need is a catalyst to cause uppy ups. What do you think, Gracias? Yeah, I agree. We just need... So we've stagnated too long is the problem, right? And puts are overpriced. VIX has been elevated for a couple weeks now. And there's not a lot of like downside positioning. So you need either a catalyst that will cause an equity sell-off, which is really unlikely, because all the institutions are still up on their equity positions, and they've sold off the shit that they want to sell off already. Or we need to see anything bullish, right? And then, we'll get a rally and then shorts get an opportunity to reposition, which is what shorts want right now. Shorts want an opportunity to reposition. Their positioning is already weakening. Like I said, as we approach that edge of the Pimento, like more and more the shorts are going to capitulate, and they don't want to buy more puts at the current prices because they're too fucking expensive. And without an equity sell-off, the market's just being run on options, right? It's all just hedging long-term positions. So there's not a lot of downside left, but anything bullish could trigger an upside move. If we were going to crash, we would have needed the catalyst, or we would have needed it already, right? When seller exhaustion peaks and everyone's over short and there's no more selling going on, like we've seen like the last few days, we just stagnate, right? And so for another big move down, we need another big leveraging of short positions like we had on the move from like 413 down to 3500, 3550. SPX 3775 call for tomorrow just in case. It's ridiculously bullish for one day. I mean, it could go up in value, but you could get burned on it a bit. Isn't higher CPI the catalyst to a crash? No, because it doesn't change the Fed's plan, right? Higher CPI can be just good for equity prices. Like CPI is not big enough to trigger unless core inflation comes out tomorrow at like 10%. It's just not enough to trigger a crash. What's Upstart doing? Trading flat? Do you think there's a scenario where market just trades flat? Yeah, CPI print just comes in the same as last month. Stagnant. I mean, the market will stay volatile in this range because of all the like delta neutral positioning, but that'll start to shed and volatility will pick back up like probably on Friday. So, yeah, I mean, you'd get some stagnation with that. Yeah, the high CPI on a particular day ever been a catalyst? No. I mean, it's a catalyst for like a small move, not for a crash. In your opinion, the fastest way to double a port, I mean, directional positions, obviously, and getting them right, which is very hard to do. Spreads, probably the most risk averse way to directionally grow your port. Price target on Upstart, I don't know. Initially, like delta neutral, which is at like 32. Gamma max is really high, so if it started moving up to gamma max, it might like trigger something bigger. No, interesting, Johnny. I'll try it. I saw you, hand. I remember you saying 475 was attractive a little while ago. I bought more at 475 already. And I bought some at 425 also. I got my cost basis down a little bit, but I don't really care about the shares that much. They're mostly there as like a hedge to the calls. Delta neutral 32 for when? Jan? No, for Upstart. That's where Delta neutral is. That's all of its options chain, not just January. They could. People were talking about Hertz took like 2 weeks for the announcement. What's happening with Upstart right now? It's trading flat. I'm sorry, Gert. Can we be friends now? Appreciate your input. I'm in China and can't join your pickle group. No Discord in China? That sucks. But love the channel. Thanks, man. I post stuff on Reddit too. I don't know if you can access that, but oh, congratulations, Anne. Upstart Death Cross on the 5-second MACD. Don't they have until Q2 to restructure their debt or something? Well, we're gonna know a lot more about the debt restructuring after October 28th. Delisting can trigger a buy-in from mutual funds that have walked away from the stock and from ETFs that formerly owned it. So roughly like 400,000 to 600,000 shares, but that buy-in can then trigger another round of FTDs, right? Because we know if they buy Revlon, it's going to create a really high fail to volume ratio again. And then they're going to have to wash out all those FTDs one more time, which triggers obviously like high volatility events. You suppose the White House selling the strategic reserves is actually a move to manipulate the inflation print for September downward? Of course. I sold Jimmy 1014 cc's at the peak this AM. I'm 65%. Feeling like a stock god. Nice, man. Torn on whether to buy back to redeploy after CPI or let them ride. It's up to you. Risky. Remember, the market maker hedge is moving against your position, so you don't want to get assigned on a Friday. That would suck. When will they release Jimmy from the put blanket? Usually OPEX. You should make flags. Maybe. They'll have to answer questions about him. What does TA say about Upstart's flat trading? Oh, it says that I don't give a shit. Zoom out, man. It's like fucking like 30 minutes of trading sideways. It's not a big deal. It's not commentary worthy. It's just it's not important. It's just trading flat into close. There's no volatility. Very few buyers, very few sellers. Volume's dropping. I actually kind of like 5-second MACD, 1260-10, because you get fast as the 1 minute and slow as the 5 minute. Interesting. Are you going to turn into Stefan now and start telling me about different smoothing factors on MACD every 5 minutes? That was his first big foray into technical analysis. He was obsessed with MACD for a while. Before rounded bottom breakouts and 5-10 traps or 8-12 traps or whatever the fuck one he's using. Almost 80% puts. Market makers are going to be buying everything tomorrow. Pump the market. We'll see. If CPI data is bearish and they slam GME, better chance of OPEX in October. Yeah. I mean, I don't think they're waiting for CPI data to slam GME. They're waiting for liquidity. I prefer the 1 decade MACD. If the news is positive, how long till the end of the year do you think the market will be bullish? I mean, if it picks up a bullish trend right now, then you need a big shift in economic data or earnings, more likely earnings, to kill it. So it could run for a while, a month or two. I mean, all the news out of the Fed's already expected, right? Quote unquote. I don't think the Fed's going to surprise anybody. And, you know, futures are pricing in like 4.54% by April. Oh, 3-8 trap. That's the one that you like. This is legacy? I mean, the dude's not dead. He's just kind of old. Joe Rogan leaving Spotify for Fubo? I have no idea. Okay, Gurk, hear me out. Rev stays listed, starts to run as shorts cover, margin call, Fubo to 200, then Upstart to 400, triggering chain reaction MOASS. Jimmy finale goes to 10 million. Whatever helps you sleep better at night, Tim Timmery. Thanks, Paul. Have a good one, man. See you in a few days. Watch J-Pow give a speech. Instead of whispering Volker, he comes up to the mic and says Greenspan before walking away, throwing stacks of money at the press as SPY rips to 690. I mean, if the Fed pulls back any of their planned hikes for this year, the market's going to react very, very favorably, right? Even if they just diminish, like if they go 0.75, 0.5, or if they do 0.5 with, Jesus, if they do 0.5 leading with 7.5 into the trailing month, or following month rather, yeah, the market would get super, super bullish. Then we're talking like another test of like 430. 4,300. I mean, honestly, until mega caps really draw down on their expectations, I don't think 450 to the upside's out of the question. Unlikely, but not out of the question. Well, all the stocks we play are short volatility plays, right? And in a bear market, when the market rallies, it puts pressure on short volatility positions. In a bull market, when the market drops, it puts pressure on short vol positions. So last year, in a bull market, GME negative beta. This year, bear market, GME highly positive beta. I know it wasn't serious. Leaving YouTube for Fubo? I mean, if they want to give me money. I don't give a shit what I stream on. It's not like YouTube's gonna put up a bidding war for me and my however many subscribers I have. Watch the Fed announce 25 BPS hike from October and then finish your year out with a 100 BPS hike in November. Fuck. I mean, just dump all their QE at the top or QT at the top. That would be just so unbelievably manipulative. I can't imagine they do that. People would lose faith in the Fed if they kept that shit up. They already are, right? In honor of selling the top last November. So they go. This is really the way to set it up. They go forward with a 0.25 hike in October, saying they're thinking of scaling back. So good CPI print tomorrow. Fed moves forward to the 0.25 to 0.5 range for the October meeting. Then shit CPI print in November. Fed moves forward with a 1 BPS hike in November. Essentially short squeezing the fucking market before QT, selling all their QT at the top and then moving into a recession into 2023. Rough. That'd be super shitty. I mean, I'd love it, but it'd be super shitty. No, I mean the Fed told everyone they were selling the top, right? At least they were like, "Hey guys, we're selling all our shit right now. Look at us." I mean, they left it open for interpretation, but reality is the Fed goes soft on rate hikes into the end of the year. No, because the rate hikes already in place are just gonna catch up with their guidance, right? I mean, you can already see them slipping. Look at AMD, Nvidia, Intel. Like semiconductors already pulling back guidance. Microsoft pulled back guidance. Apple pulled back guidance, right? Like that's not going to get any better, and the effect of the rate increases is exponential over time. That's why everyone's like the Fed's doing too much because they are. But that's the point, right? Because monetary policy has so little effect on real inflation that they have to overdo it to really trim back the bubble. Yeah, the ethical concern was they wouldn't time the top. I want to be bearish. We all know we're in a recession, but SPX is at 3,600. How low can it go? 29. I think between Q4 reporting and Q1 reporting, we're going to see the largest drawback in guidance. And that is, in fact, a trigger to sell off equities. Right? Then big banks, all the big institutions, they'll take their profits, right? And when the big banks start selling off equities, that's when we can get a crash. But not until, right? And right now they're up and they have no reason to sell because guidance looks good. Yeah, you'll see companies not giving guidance too, which is also bearish. Is there a case for 2000? I mean, on volatility, sure. It's the September meeting. It's reported, the minutes are released today. The October meeting hasn't happened yet. Have you seen if the October OPEX puts have sold off on SPY, SPX? They're starting to, yeah. The 3,500 level's almost gone. 3,550 has been pulling back. 3,600 and 3,650 were pulling back, but the delta neutral positioning for CPI pushed them back up into this morning. So both of those strikes are pumped up, but VIX keeps rising. So nobody wants to buy positions to the downside. It's too expensive. It's too expensive to get big leverage to the downside, right? So I mean, even if all the news for the next week and a half is bearish, those puts are going to cash settle on the 21st, and the market's going to rip, right? Like unless the shorts are going to start selling off equities, and I mean, nuclear war, like you need something big to get them to do that. Bank of England failure, I guess, could happen. Japanese treasuries could sell off. Those are the nearest term ones that I could see that could trigger a crash. I think telling people what chapters to skip in TA of the financial markets is just as important as telling people to read the book in the first place. No, just, you have to use each one and know them, right? It's important that everybody doesn't dismiss them initially, right? You can dismiss them with experience and time, but not dismiss them initially. Initially, you need to learn everything about all the technical analysis. You need to learn Elliott wave, and you need to learn Fibonacci's, and you need to know how they're used and why they're used and what they're used for. And you need to hold them in just as high regard as, volumetric trends. And then over time, as you become more experienced, you can learn to use specific ones. And honestly, the ones that work best for you is what you should focus on. So none of it should be dismissed. Also imagine GME issues guidance on their Q3 earnings calls. The rest of the market pulls theirs back. That's how you push ahead, right? See, one of the big reasons I'm bullish on GME is I see a future of GME expanding margins over the next few years, while all of their major competition is retracting them. And That's one of the reasons I still own the stock, right? A big part of why I own the stock is I think they're well positioned to grow in a space where everyone else is shrinking. They have no debt, yeah. I mean, that's not the biggest part of it. I expect them to pick up debt or issue bonds in the future or, sell more equity. But no, not GME. GME's not getting delisted. Well, I'm starting to get some T plus 2 from what? T plus 2 from where? Japan Treasuries is a foregone landmine. Friday in England is going to be very interesting when they talk like this. Is different than hearing it from America. It's something. I don't know. England's financial system's easily as corrupt as ours, or more so. Look at what they just did with gilts. I mean, that was fucking stupid, right? I mean, they had to, but it was still stupid. No, Jimmy. Why do people? No, Jimmy's not getting delisted. Oh. What's the case for a soft landing? Fed continues to hike rates into the middle of next year. And, we continue to see a gradual but slow decline in markets as, they tease potential reduction in inflation into the future, which realistically won't happen until, beginning of Q3, end of Q2 in 2023. As we see a reduction in inflation, the Fed pulls back. I went over this in a video before. The Fed starts pulling back rate increases, um, moving back to a moderate rate, or their neutral Fed rate. Um, and I see this happening. Like their plan, I think, is for them to start doing this into the end of Q2, Q3. Simultaneously, they start to pull back on RRP, forcing big banks out into the market to buy equities, right? Which is going to raise equity pricing, stabilize the yield curves, drop bonds, and replenish, market liquidity. And they do that as they continue to pull back rates, it's going to spur another bull market and a bull cycle. And I think that's their plan. So, if we look at that on like, the macro, into next year, you're looking at like a continued descent through April into June of next year. With the market bottoming, I think their target range is somewhere around like 3,000 to 3,200. And then as they pull back on RRP, we'll start to get a move up in equity markets into the latter half of the year, right? And then into Q1 2024, we start to get positive earnings, right? And reduction in inflation. That would be a perfect soft landing, if you will. I don't know if it'll happen. I don't know if they'll pull it off, but they're sure as hell trying. Got to give them credit for that. Upstart didn't have any VUPs that were relevant to T plus 2. You're looking for a feedback loop that occurs with volumetric price action. Upstart hasn't had that yet. You can exercise or sell them. The MM buys them back if they're PCO. I mean, the current put positions on the market are primarily in the money already. It's the out of the money puts that aren't really very enticing. If J-Pow pulls it off, if the Fed pulls it off, they do deserve a Nobel Prize. Consumer inflation expected to run hot for September due to rent. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, that's why they release oil from the oil reserves, right? To pull down non-core. But yeah, that's also seasonal, don't forget. Increased rents in August and September as students move back into housing and stuff isn't actually abnormal. So there's a reason behind, the August spike in CPI beyond just other inflationary factors. There's a seasonal factor there that people seem to be ignoring. September is actually not as bad for rent as August. Peak summer months like July, August generally have the highest rent increases. Always start your leases in December, guys. I don't know if I deserve a Nobel Prize. We'll see. Maybe if Revlon hits $100. Nice, BB. Congratulations, dude. They'll give Prize a Powell for selling the top. That was impressive. Dude, if Revlon hits 20, I'm sending you more than bagels. We'll see. What did you tell JFresh last night that got him bullish on Rev? That's our secret. If Revlon hits 100, I'll go back to school. Straddles on Spire are so much more expensive than they normally are. I feel like this is a trap. Bets on if we trade sideways through next Friday. I wouldn't be surprised. It's not a trap. It's volatility's pricing up. If you buy further dated calls, you won't have to worry about the hike in like 1 DTE volatility. Upstart is holding strong today. Yeah, it's doing good. If Rev hits 100, you run the risk of me kissing you full on the lips if I ever see you in public. You have been warned. All right. Also, everyone just hang out at the Kava in New York City and try to kiss Gaff too. I heard he loves being kissed by strangers. Fucking Nobel Prize. If Rev hits 100, you're getting a kilo of that Colombian good, about 15 escorts that will make you reevaluate your life choices. All right. We'll talk. I'll have you send it all to the PO box, of course. I mean, I can't think of a better place to have a meeting like that than mailboxes, etc. Can you, Dork? Bullish on Rev because it basically has no more room to the downside. I mean, it does. 0. I've already averaged down my Rev. My cost basis on it's still like $6, but I'm okay with that. If Rev hits 100, I'm gonna diamond hand and lose everything. No, it's probably not gonna hit 100. It's a joke. That would require like some obscene catalyst that we have no visibility over. If Rev hits 100, it'll only be 800k in debt. Nice. Okay, no, I'm not doing that hand. That sounds like a terrible donation tier. I don't want my pickle pecked. 3650 strike was not kind today. No, it wasn't. But I'm thinking about back holding it in tomorrow. No, probably not. I'll probably cut it. Cut it? Cut it or back hold it tomorrow. God, I love that we're at the low though. Maybe I'll just average it down. For F it's 100, I'm giving you a lifetime pass to the hippest dumpster, Wendy's dumpster in New York City. I don't know if any of the Wendy's in New York City have dumpsters or where they keep them. Yeah, I'll make some money if Rev. I mean, Rev's not going to do that. Everyone needs to fucking calm down. All I know is if Rev hits 100, we're going to see our first Pontiff of VWAP. And I can take a day off. It won't be me, I promise. I had a question about selling out of the money calls. Let's say a company decides to buy Rev and the buyout price is $15. Would the MM buy the Jan 35s? The price would never go that high. So who would be willing to buy those calls knowing the cap is at 15? I mean, the price still has to move from its current price up to 15. People keep asking that question. It doesn't just teleport there. And in the period where the price moves up, there's plenty of potential for those calls. Generally, the price moves really rapidly up, right? Which drives a lot of volatility. And then volatility dies down. So when you get a buyout like that, everything rockets, right? Up to the buyout price. And then IV dies down afterwards. But you still get this move up, like from $4 to $15 is insane. Those calls will 10x or more. It would still open with the volatility priced much higher. Are potential buyouts discussed during delisting hearings? They could be. Why did JFresh turn bullish on Rev? Also, how much can 4K garner if Rev hits 20? Roughly, of course. I don't know. The calls are like $33 right now. They could... A lot. I mean, it's super risky though, right? I don't know if you could make $1 million, but maybe close to it. If Rev hit 20, like, it's a lot of fucking money. Ding ding. Day is done. About some Jimmy 2625 for November 18 in the last seconds. Nice. Shouldn't the hearing be public since it's a publicly traded company? No. It's a private exchange. Is there pricing and CPI in the morning? Can we watch your trade futures tonight? I'm probably not going to. I have an appointment I have to go to and some other stuff I need to get done today. So yeah, you guys got it. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I don't know what else there is to discuss. I guess I should do like an end of day wrap up, right? So tomorrow morning we have CPI data coming in. You know, projected, I believe the forecast for it is 5.9 with a consensus around 6.1. So, you know, analysts are expecting a significant drop over the previous month of negative 0.3 to 0.4. If this happens, this will be unbelievably bullish. Even like 6.0 to 6.2 would be very, very bullish, right? Like a slow, they want to see a slowdown in core inflation. They don't want to see it running away. If CPI prints positive in any way, it'll be bearish, but remember there's not a lot of positioning to the downside. So while we could see more downside and maybe a new low, I still think we're kind of tied to that 3,500 level, maybe 3,550. Until those puts capitulate. And when they do, you know, they'll just wait for the next piece of potentially bullish news, right? So we're kind of in a situation market wide where everything's oversold and short sellers need to reposition. They're exhausted and longs are just buying, right? And you know, eventually that is going to break regardless of the macroeconomic data because it's just too expensive to buy short leverage to the downside. And so yeah, we're gonna see at some point some capitulation. It may not be as much as we want. Obviously at these lower levels it limits the upside. But if they do get bullish news, then the shorts can go long with all of their profits, and you know, we could really see like another big rally. There's a few, you know, macro catalysts that could cause a crash, but to get one, we need an equity sell-off. We need big banks to sell the positions they have that are up. And they don't want to do that, right? It decreases their margin. It's not ideal. They don't want to sell off core positions. They don't want to sell off their Microsoft, their Google, their Amazon. They'd much rather just hedge it against the downside, and then sell off and let everything bounce back, which is what we're seeing them do. And the billions and billions of dollars per 1% move on the SPX. You know, like 33 billion per 1%, or you know, several hundred million per dollar change. So eventually the market maker is going to deleverage that position, you know, either due to theta or price, or you know, macroeconomic data hinting at upside. So you know, either we're flat for a couple more weeks or we're gonna move up really hard tomorrow. Obviously, only the data in the morning will be able to tell us. Robin Your Hood, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. You know, still a lot of pressure on all the basket stocks. Dow's still performing much better than the SPY. Remember, we're seeing that sector shift to value, industrial, manufacturing. We'll continue to see that as rates rise and confidence in, growth slows down, along with a hot commodities market, which we haven't had in a long time. So, investment into, especially at these lows, investment into commodities and value stocks is very, very enticing. And we are starting to see big money flow that way. Upstart, GME, all the basket stocks, still net negative gamma basically across the board. Volatility funds trying to keep a hedge from flipping on those. That hedge could flip on a lot of them if, the market rallies, especially if it rallies hard on the back of good macroeconomic data. So something to watch out for if you're positioned in those stocks, and be really careful with covered call selling, because they can get blown up if the market shifts. And part of, that rally is covered calls getting blown up. So don't be the one to be blown up on that. Why would anyone pay that price for a call at a strike that won't happen? I mean, because it could, right? And it hedges. You're hedging, right? You own an asset, and then you hedge. You capture the movement in its price through hedging. So if I own SPY, right, and this is the SPY trend normally, then when it's moving up, I'm selling SPY on the downside, and I'm long SPY on the upside, right? So I've got options hedging upside moves on this position, and then I'm buying more when it dips because I'm selling CSPs, right? So I'm selling the risk of owning the position off, while capturing its upside moves and its near-term volatility. And they're doing that now to the downside in the same way. Can you explain the significance of $15 for Rev? And there's no significance at $15. There's warrants for Revlon above 20. Perelman's cost basis is above 20. The real significance for $35 calls is at $11. Vega on those calls triples. So Vega goes 3x at like $10.48 on Revlon, which means a 3x multiplier of whatever the IV is. So, IV on Rev, if it ran to that price out of the blue, would probably exceed 400%. So you're looking at a Vega multiplier of 1,200% on the premium of the contract at $10.48, which is insane. It's probably moved around since the last time I looked, but that's sort of accurate. Anyway, that's about it for tonight. I will see you guys all bright and early tomorrow morning. See what the CPI prints. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and have a great night.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
look.
But Dad, it's not.
Where did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.